Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations, broadcasting live from Club Musgrave. And as you can see there, it's not tumbling down, but there is some rain and we need to keep an eye on that really. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. And Kevin, let's start at the beginning. Can you talk us through who are we watching this morning, please?
So this morning's feature match we'll have with you is the pairs combination. That's Tony Grantham leading and Andrew Kelly, the Blackjacks. They won 2 from 3 yesterday, did our pairs, and they're up against the unbeaten Queensland combination of Nick Cahill and Cohen Litvin. Very strong combination. The other men's combination, the men's triples, they're playing at Helensvale, and the women's fours and women's singles, they also are at Helensvale, as the hooter just starts now. And play is about to get underway. Now it's interesting, Alex, if we talk about the Queensland side, that if we go back to the earlier disciplines, Queensland was sitting in exactly the same position, and on day 2 things changed considerably. But of course, remembering, Nick Cahill, who we spoke about prior to going on air this morning, has had an absolutely amazing event so far. Has gone through, as we think, well, he's unbeaten today, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can't think of a game he's lost, so that's he'd be pretty pleased with that, I think.
And he's got some pretty big scalps on the way through, especially that of the singles, didn't he? Where he's through to the final. He's got some big scalps as we watch the.
And I think this is why, look at this, his first bowl, essentially Jack Leveler bolo, but in the singles game, he essentially no one really troubled him, Kevin. You look at the scores, he wasn't even troubled. No one got within 6 or 7 points of this guy, so going well. And I mean, how good is that going to be as a lead in a pairs game?
Well, absolutely. I think last year he was the Queensland male bowler of the year and won a lot of events on the coast here, well, in the Queensland region, and certainly one of the real stars. And perhaps somewhat surprising, you'd think, with his record of the last 12 months, it's surprising he's not actually wearing a green and gold jumper.
Yeah, I imagine he would have been right in the
goodness, look at this
right
start.
in the frame. What a great shot there from Nick, and it's good that Queensland's had this opportunity to put the state team in. Australia, we know how competitive Australians are and how competitive the state scene is. So it's cool to see Queensland go well and really prove a point, I suppose, at this multi-nations game.
Tony Grantham endeavouring to get down to second shot, and will do so. That's encouraging for Grantham after the 2 opening bowls in Nick Cahill's, which are literally in the counting zone straight away.
Yeah, what we're going to see is not many loose ends. I mean, look at this here from Nick. On his forehand side, he's got just about a back toucher, one slightly past. Now, I remembered the other day, Kev, Cohen, we've commentated on him before at the Burnside Piers, haven't we?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I thought so. It was ringing little bells in my head. So
he
we've
was
seen him.
one of the Australian combinations to Burnside as we watch this last bowl. Grantham's coming down towards the shot bowl. This is close, Tony Grantham. This is close. Just sits outside the shot bowl, which is sitting mere centimetres behind the jack. So that's a good encouraging end from Tony Grantham, especially the way how Nick Cahill started off in this all-important pairs game. Remembering, of course, Friday is the big day of the finals, and we've already got the men's fours are through to the finals, as are both the women's combinations.
Yes. Yeah, it's looking okay. So it's going to be an exciting last day at the at Broadbeach Bowling Club, Kev, and hopefully some more to join them.
Now, trying to get to our second shot bowl is Litvin, trying to look through Cahill's legs. Just goes, he's slightly underneath.
And Andrew Kelly with the audacity to be too tall.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's a difficult head to play at first head, especially now with that front bowl of Cohen. Lifted now. I like the shot underneath the blue. To me, that seems the most percentage-based shot, really.
Yeah, it was good that Tony gave Andrew that choice between the two. So I think we'll see Andrew play his backhand, Kev, as you called. Now, last time we saw Andrew play Queensland, it was a performance for the ages, really, wasn't it? It was on, I think it might have even been on rank 3, so there's going to be some confidence here from Andrew Kelly.
And he's on a good line here. How long is he going to hold up with the weight? Depends what side. He doesn't actually get onto the Grantham ball. That's fine, though.
Well played.
Yeah, mixes mixes in amongst the Queensland bowls. And it's about I suppose now that we're getting a few days into this event as well, Alex, it's about us getting confidence in that weight control to play to the head.
Absolutely, and we have asked the players to stay out of the way, but it gets quite exciting when you're up there on the rink, and sometimes they forget. They get sort of focused on the bowl. We see Cohen there looking to spring the jack for 3 or 4, said Nick, but just a little bit wide with that bowl.
Well, of course, we know, Alex, that we will see if there's shot opportunities for the Queensland side. That's how the Australians play. They're always looking for.
Oh, they don't die wondering, do they?
No, they don't. Always looking for that extra opportunity. Kelly, wider. Nothing wrong with that. Been wider on this. No, nothing wrong with that at all. His weight was fairly good to the draw line to being jack level and just staying on that safe wide side.
He'll be pleased with those 2 bowls, really, and we see Queensland holding just the one. Nick's bowl sitting at 12 o'clock to the jack from where we see now, right behind it. So, what do you do here for your Australia, Kev?
Well, I personally don't think. I think with the way that Andrew Kelly bowl dropped out to the outside of the ring, I think that earlier opportunity they were talking about of trying to play down onto a bowl for a number, I don't personally think it's there now, and we'll see what Cohen Lifton does, and playing with that weight again, trying to reach that Tony Grantham bowl, but is going to be well under the head, and will come into the short bowl of Grantham,
just about
which is fine.
it. So, Andrew Kelly.
I'd take one down, really, on this first end, Alex.
You're not trying too hard, eh? If he happens to draw, he'll be thinking draw weight, so that if he does connect with anything, nothing is going to turn to rubbish. You don't want to hit that blue ball that sits at 2 o'clock to the screen. What he doesn't want to do is roll it 2.5 rolls in for second shot. So he'll be careful with his weight here, Andrew Kelly.
Absolutely. It's a psychological thing as well. Don't put scoreboard pressure on yourself when you don't have to early on in the game, really. So here's Kelly on the backhand. Had some impressive performances over the last few days as Andrew Kelly, as have all the New Zealand side.
On the backhand.
He'll be under the line. Well,
there was intent there, wasn't there?
There was intent. I suppose you could say could have flopped onto the back of the bowl of Tony Grantham's and possibly squeezed it off to into the head. Tamara checking the weather conditions of the camera, putting their hoods on early on game. I'll look out in front of us here at Musgrave. Now, I don't know what direction I'm looking at, to be honest, but there is clear skies out in front of us and out to the right, which is heading back down towards the Southport area. But the weather prediction for today has certainly got dampness on the forecast. Yesterday, of course, Alex, we were watching really yesterday. We were doing commentary. And at Mudgeeraba,
Mudgeeraba. Yes.
And you didn't need a fry pan to cook the eggs, did you?
And sorry to anyone from Mudgeeraba, because I'm pretty sure that's probably not how they pronounce it, but it's how we pronounce it, Kevin. That's close enough. And
it was certainly very warm up there yesterday. It was in the 30s. And stayed like that right throughout the whole day. So here's Grantham on the forehand. Another good opening bowl, though, from Nick Cahill, which really puts pressure. We know that we've got to be on our game off the front, and there's a fairly good opening bowl from Grantham.
Jack's on the that's more of a result of it being a 2 metre jack, isn't it?
It is a 2 metre jack. You'll see the mats back as well. Cahill quickly into his work.
Again, we see a contrast here, Kev. Grantham and Andrew Kelly are both methodical bowlers, aren't they? They take their time. I think it'd be fair to say that Nick Cahill and Cohen Litfin are not methodical. They're very natural bowlers.
They are, and we see, straight away Cahill with the second bowl, draw a toucher, and, these guys...
hard to play, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And Tony Grantham's going to hold up. No, he's not. That's hitting. Desperation there, you see.
Yeah, he'll be focused on his third bowl. As we see Nick Cahill again. He's got 2 there. He's following his third bowl up. All about making hay while the sun is shining here. Nick Cahill
just going to be slightly under the head, but will have good weight.
Very good bowls.
Well, that's the jack. That's the jack now for Tony Grantham actually on that forehand side. That last bowl, if he can get to that bowl, he's got second shot.
Came out nice and smooth on the forehand, Tony Grantham.
Hold on, mate. Hold on.
Very close here from Tony Grantham.
Just needs to hold, and that's well played. That's great adjustment from Tony Grantham after being ditch heavy with his first two bowls.
How hard are those bowls to play when you've flown into the ditch twice?
I was just going to say, Alex, that's one of the hardest shots to play that Tony Grantham had to play on a jack sitting on the 2 metre mark. You've gone into the ditch quite quickly with your first two.
Yeah, great shot.
And to get jack level about 14 inches from the jack when you're 3 down, to me, it's
keeping your composure, isn't it?
It's top class in my book.
So Cohen Litvin here on the forehand side. I've got the one, looking to make it a couple and not missing short, so he would have been happy enough to sit through Tony's bowl.
You and I both know, Alex, the way how the Australians play, that the jack's not the jack. The jack right now is Tony Grantham's bowl, and that's the weight. Didn't have the line, though. Here's Kelly. And don't forget, of course, throughout the day and right throughout this event, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and numerous other communications which Alex can tell you about, and you'll get all of the up-to-date results. Good effort here from Kelly.
Close here from Andrew Kelly.
Just needs to hold up, turn the bowl. That's
good
a
shot.
It's a very good bowl and gives us position on the head. So if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, you'll see all the results round by round, discipline by discipline, the tables as well as where the New Zealand sides sit, and they're updated after each round. And of course, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook, as we see, that jack
good shot. Look at that. That's great stuff here from the Queensland combination.
Julie, the New Zealand team manager,
yes,
on Facebook is keeping up as well with regular updates of matches right throughout the various venues. So there's plenty of opportunity to see how the New Zealand sides are going. As Kelly now on the forehand.
Very deliberate action here, Andrew Kelly. You can see the jack on the bottom of your screen.
Just going to die and wait.
Beautiful line. Just didn't, as you say, Kev, didn't have the weight there. Beautiful track. He's walking away from it.
You see that just tipped over then? That blue bowl, it was the shot on the jack.
Yes.
Just tipped over. Before, it was visible to see the blue bowl down to that line. But it just tipped over and just cut that line off. So holding two from Australia. Big batch I see next door there. Ireland versus Australia. Kelly v. Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Kelly was on fire yesterday, wasn't he, in that match against New Zealand in the last round.
Outstanding there. So Irishman.
Cohen opting to play his backhand side here. If he's got the weight right, he's very close, Kev. It looks like he's running a little bit to me. Slightly overplayed it.
But he wasn't far away from...
Does Andrew have to switch to the backhand now as well?
Well, it's a very difficult shot on the forehand. He's played two there. Tony Grantham is just conferring, I think, quickly with Mike Kernan. I agree with you that I think that
on the backhand
down to the, I think that's the best option. Our bowl, which is third shot, quite safely locked away there.
He's good enough to do this, Andrew Kelly, on his backhand side. Beautiful delivery. He's given himself every chance in the world here, Kev.
He has.
Every chance in the world from Andrew Kelly on his backhand side. Needs to clear the front.
Hold a bit more. Hold. Bad luck there. He was literally on a perfect line to get to the jack, Alex, wasn't he? He was, to be pedantic, you could say that he might have been, well, he was less than half a bowl on target to get directly to the jack.
Yeah. And
had perfect weight to get that movement from the jack off that bowl as well. So, yeah, well played by Andrew Kelly. 2 down. So it's Queensland who, after 2 ends, 2 of 18, that will jump out to a 3-0 lead. It's interesting, the matches yesterday that we saw some good comebacks as well from New Zealand, although not winning, but we just saw some good, I think overall I've been pretty impressed with the efforts of our New Zealand side, our new New Zealand side. And, for those sitting at home, where I'm really I'll stick up for the guys and the girls, and especially the guys. The quality of these Australians, as we've seen here, like with Nick Cahill, and yesterday with Kelly in the peers, the Irishman. Unless you actually hear, it's very difficult, Alex, isn't it?
They're incredibly good.
You know, their weight control, their line, they're playing to the head all the time. They just play with, whether they've got the shot or not, they just play with that confidence. And we've seen already with Nick Cahill, these opening bowls. Here he is again, down to the jack.
Great stuff.
You know, and sits right in front of it, you know, just makes it, you know, before it was open, half a bowl open. Now it sits flush right over the top, and playing on these holding greens, really difficult. You know, they're outstanding.
Absolutely, and we see Tony Grantham here needing to make a correction with the second bowl. He's very close here, Tony Grantham. That's a great shot.
There's a great effort here from Tony Grantham. Just finishes a couple of bowls lower the jack, but certainly right on target with his weight. Good weight adjustment. Cahill quickly into his work on the forehand.
So with the rain, Kev, on this grass green as opposed to the weed that we play on in New Zealand, does it slow down a bit faster than what we see in New Zealand?
Absolutely. Yeah, it certainly does.
Is it for players that may not, you know, our international viewers or our Australian viewers, in New Zealand when it rains, it really doesn't make that much of a difference for quite a while, does it, Kev?
No,
you
it
go,
doesn't.
well, all I am is wet, but the green's still playing the same. Sometimes they speed up. So it's one of those things that the players just have to perhaps react quicker here.
Tony Grantham, you know, just missing the target area there to trying to get to what was the shot bowl. Difficult shot as well because of the jack low bowl that he's got to get that line down to where the shot bowl is, but it's in behind the head, which is, you know, Kelly may elect to try and get the split through to the, now that we've got a bowl deeper on the rink. But the other thing, remembering against, and we saw it yesterday when the peers were playing Island, their continuation of just moving bowls around, moving the jack around. And when I say moving around, we're talking 9 inches. That's, you know, that's what they do, and they do it end after end after end.
Yeah, as we see Cohen here on the forehand. Lovely line and a good place to finish. So Andrew Kelly, you're almost better not to try and get the shot yet, aren't you, Kev?
Well, it's a second bowl attempt, really.
Yeah.
It's really about getting another bowl. I think on the backhand is Kelly. I think it's getting another bowl on the head. I think is the best option here. He's out past that short Tony Grantham bowl. See how far.
Looks like he's short.
Well, it's going to work now towards these bowls. This is a good bowl from Kelly. Going to nestle in amongst these back bowls.
Beautiful.
That's well played and puts it. And the other thing which it does, of course, negates that triangle of three sitting there and behind the head of Australia, because you can be assured if we didn't have a bowl there, Cohen Liffin would be endeavouring to move that jack.
It was a perfect first bowl, really, from Andrew Kelly. And this here is a better one from Cohen. Look at this. And it's a 1.5 bowl target. If it doesn't sit down, that's good for us.
Well, now he can play that split. He can literally play ditch weight through the split.
He's got 3 chances, doesn't he, Kev?
He has.
Just on that forehand side, so to the left of the screen. Anything with good weight is going to be a good result here from Andrew Kelly.
He's got to be playing with weight that's right through.
Needs it to hold up, Kev. He's very close here if it holds.
Needs to hold a bit longer.
This is still an option up and over on Tony Grantham's. How good was that weight?
Yeah, just that line. And it's interesting, Alex. I know it sounds pedantic, but, you know, we've literally got to take our lines in these to the outside bowl, not the inside bowl. You know what I mean? So we're not taking our line to the jack, we're taking it outside that area. So is that with that weight, that last 6 foot hook is going to be in towards the head, not away from the head.
And we see Cohen Litvin here showing some confidence, just going to make it 3 and say, well, if you're good enough to hit it, you're good enough to hit it. He may have said a split up, though. It's a good bowl and a bad bowl, isn't it?
It is. It's a full split. The 3 bowls could literally go. Only question.
Only danger is if that blue bowl cannons Andrew Kelly's.
You've got to get it on the inside, really, to get that split away.
certainly makes it easier to play with weight. You've got a bigger target area. Any of those, you've got a literally a 5-bowl target up front. So I think it's about Andrew Kelly getting his weight right on release, isn't it, Kev?
Yeah, it is, and just making sure that we're not at the jack line. Really, his line. This is the great thing about these greens here in Australia with the markings. You know that if I'm halfway, my line's halfway in between the two lines there.
Yeah, your happy days.
You know very well that you're down in the jack line.
Absolutely. So Andrew Kelly taking his time. You can see it is raining here at Musgrave Hill. Thunderstorms forecast for later on today, but it's a light rain. I think the camera probably is good enough that it makes it look worse than it is. It's not a heavy rain. It's a light rain out there.
Well, a number of the players are still out there in their shirts. A few got weather gear on, but a lot of the players still out there. And of course, also out in front of us here is...
Oh, big weight from Andrew Kelly. Interesting. Could get lucky. Didn't.
No, it's 3 down. And also here, of course, we've got the women's paras here as well, the Blackjacks, who are going very well, Alex, aren't they?
Yes, undefeated at the moment and guaranteed of a spot at the pointy end of the competition, which is good. And the men's para team, Blackjacks, Mark Noble and Darren... Sorry, I was distracted by the jack getting overthrown. We'll see them later on today, Kev.
Yes, we will. I was just going to say, Alex, that it's more than likely from our New Zealand coach's point of view, and the coaching point of view, between whoever makes the team for the World Bowls, I just think we need to really dedicate quite a bit of time to the discipline of our weighted shots on these Australian greens. Our drawing the capabilities are absolutely fine. It's our percentage of conversions more than likely with the weighted shots on these greens. You saw there that bowl of Andrew Kelly swung, and it's...
Straight away, really.
Absolutely. And to me, that's the biggest learning factor which the New Zealand side have just got to, when that team's announced, whoever it may be, that we just become so accustomed to playing with weight on these greens.
Yeah. We see, so the end was overthrown by a Queenslander, and New Zealand's pulled the jack up very short.
Very, very short. In fact, Nick Carhill asking the length of the jack before he played his bowl. Tony Grantham just a couple of bowls jack low and gets past his own here. That's well played.
Very good correction there from Tony Grantham, really.
And it's really about us now, Alex, getting bowls on the head so that we can play the moving around game.
And look at this aggression here from Nick getting down onto the jack, just missing it.
No,
slightly wide. Are we following that down now? No, staying on the forehand side. As the rain continues to come down here at Musgrave Hill, and we're going to see the green slow up as the day progresses. Keep that in mind. And this is a good bowl here from Tony Grantham. A good shot. It just relies on what New Zealand. If you're a New Zealand supporter, you need Cohen to miss his first bowl. And if he misses his first bowl, then Andrew Kelly's got an opportunity on the backhand side to play.
Well, the other good thing about that Tony Grantham bowl is if from the body language of Cohen Lifton looks to the line he's going to play, and if he does get to the jack, where that last Tony Grantham bowl is situated, there's a strong chance the jack could move down to where that is. And yes, he is playing on the forehand. It's the tall Queensland skip. And there it is.
Great shot. We needed him to miss the first one, Kev. It's a great bowl. 6-0 up. Playing well, this Queensland team.
Well, it's the push and prod game, which they're so good at, Alex, and that's what I'm saying. It's just that I think our big emphasis of building up to the games, the World Champs, has to be getting into that weight control zone.
Yeah.
Because remembering, as we watch this bowl of Andrew Kelly's, how far is it going to come back? Will it come back enough? Trying hard to get all the way back. just went by. If we take like England, Scotland, Ireland, they play a similar weighted game to Australia. So going to the World Championships, we have to, I just think, have a more effective conversion rate.
And here's an important bowl here from Andrew Kelly. He was okay with his first one, with corrections to make. This is very important. Moving over a bit on his mat. 2 down on the head. Time to open the scoring books for New Zealand. On your backhand, Andrew. Taking a tight line. Now we hope for a bit of luck. Square onto Tony Grantham's bowl. Underneath it.
Well, it was under the line, as you rightly said, Alex, and it's sort of like trying to find or feel your way down to the jack.
Lots of searching going on from the New Zealand team.
Change your hand here from Litton, knowing that this is relentless.
This is such a big bowl for Tony, for Andrew Kelly. Even psychologically, it's early on in the game. 6-0 was nothing early on in the game, but you feel like if we were to drop a
9-0 is though.
Correct, yeah. So you feel like this end's quite big. This is a big bowl in the context of this match. If Andrew plays it well, it's got to give you all the confidence in the world.
And also, you're correct from a confidence point of view and going through the game. It's the old. I'm not saying it's a mental game, but it does start to play on your mind when you're dragging on the scoreboard. Things aren't going your way.
Close.
This is a better line here from Kelly as it comes down now. Needs to get clean under
close.
the bowl to the jack.
What a bowl!
Well played.
What a bowl!
1, 2, 3, 4.
What a bowl!
Well played. And you notice there the time Andrew Kelly took on the mat then, dried his hands completely, visualised where he wanted to get to, played it absolutely perfectly, great weight control.
I'm waiting to see how many that was before I put it up, but I think it's a bundle here for the New Zealand team.
Well, all I could see was New Zealand bowls out to that side. No one's indicating what the number was.
Like we said, it was such that was a key moment in the game. If we'd missed there, suddenly New Zealand's 9-0 down. But no, Andrew Kelly came to the party.
It's going up now. Here it is.
What was it? 4.
It was 4
to New Zealand.
It was 4. It was a great ball. That was literally a 9-shot, literally a 7-shot turnaround.
Brilliant. Absolute genius there from Andrew Kelly. You just felt like even at the early stage, the New Zealanders were starting, it would be so easy to get into the habit of thinking we're just going to keep dropping points here to this Queensland team. But Andrew Kelly's gone, no, that's not how it works.
That's well played, Tony Grantham, right on the jack level.
Brilliant. And the rain actually coming down now.
Well, as that rain comes in as well, that's the concentration on your weight becomes so important. As because you are going to lose a yard of weight, and it means you have to play with that yard of weight the whole time. But that was a magnificent bowl from Kelly. Just got his line, everything perfect about it. Got the jack clean and just moved it right through to where all the New Zealand bowls were sitting.
Absolutely
behind the head, which was is a plus for us. Another good bowl here from Grantham. Gets
great
inside
shot.
it. Well played, Tony Grantham.
The tail's just gone up a bit, hasn't it, Kev?
Absolutely. Yeah, well, you're now 6-4. I stand on the mat. I could be 9-0 down.
And look at that, 2 brilliant lead bowls there from Tony Grantham. Nick Cahill on the backhand. This is pretty good as well.
He might.
Whoa, good little feather, Nick. Fair enough. Good shot.
I thought he might have got the back of the jack, which sort of would have been more favourable for us, but he got it, the little flick off the bowl, got it clean. The big thing here, and Andrew Kelly giving good instructions there about playing down but not losing your bowl.
Yeah, keeping your bowl on the head, isn't it?
If you don't get the result, but you can keep your bowl on the green as behind the head, which Tony Grantham,
very good shot.
Going to, that's a good shot there, and behind the head, right on the centre line.
Yeah, lovely bowl. No complaints there. So we see Nick here. He's turned his head around. He was 2 down 40 seconds ago. Moved the jack back a little bit, courtesy of a nice little rub. And this bowl here, could this change? Is Andrew Kelly on the forehand now?
Good and bad, actually, from from a Queensland point of view. Yes, it's a counter, but it certainly gives a working bowl for Andrew Kelly to get down to the jack.
That must be tempting, eh?
Well, I think play it early, Alex. You know, try and play it early, move things around a bit.
And the way you play those shots is he's just going to focus on that bowl of nicks that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack. Don't worry about the rest of the head. He's just thinking, I want to move that bowl to X point.
Absolutely.
And everything else will take care of itself.
So here's Andrew Kelly after playing that magnificent bowl on the fourth end to give New Zealand 4 shots. Looking out in front of us here, there's a bit of dampness, as sure is, on the concrete now, but not enough, nowhere near enough to consider any.
The bowls will go for a long time, won't they?
So needs to start working now. Does Andrew Kelly needs to work now?
Inside half.
To the inside half, to the jack, to the bowl. Just what we spoke about. Desperately unlucky, but we own the back now, Alex. So it's same line, same weight, touch of the jack is all favourable now for New Zealand. He deserved the result. He got it perfectly, didn't he, really? He got the target.
Couldn't have played it much better.
Cohen Litvin following the Andrew Kelly bowl. It's on a good line. It's got the weight. No, it won't. So that trail shot, still there. For you would have heard Tony Grantham then clearly saying to Andrew Kelly, get that jack. So here's Kelly on the forehand, endeavouring to get down to the jack. Is it going to come back enough? Stalking the bowl. Is it going to get the jack? Yes, it does. Again, Kelly. Fantastic bowl from Andrew Kelly. Made 3 of it. Played that right way, Alex.
How good.
And that's encouraging to see us to have the confidence now to play with that weight.
How good is Andrew Kelly on this rink? He just doesn't know how to miss on it.
Going through, yes it is, that but now where all of a sudden
the New Zealand team are now holding 3. This is just another performance, really. Andrew looking very calm. The rain just continuing to come down there. Andrew put his jacket back on. He's on his back end now.
So here is Kelly changing his hand. It's on a good line as well, this bowl. This is a good bowl as well from the New Zealander. And front toucher.
Great stuff. It just doesn't get better than that, does it, Kev? Look at that. Doesn't get better.
Absolutely outstanding. Well, 3 bowls, in fact. And now it's Australia or Queensland trying to get to second shot.
Yeah, he's played this bowl regardless.
And that's well played.
Very good shot.
Second shot. Well, a wonder New Zealand though. Now 6-5 as we finish in 5 of 18. But the encouraging thing, of course, Alex, is the continuation that we're seeing now of those big shots that Andrew Kelly's playing.
The dynamic feels different, doesn't it? It just feels different. It would have been easy to think that the way Queensland was playing, and still are in the first few ends, we were 6-0 down. We could easily have been looking at a game that was 10 or 11-0 to Queensland, but the New Zealanders showing some fight here, and it is an important game. The New Zealand pairing
absolutely
having dropped
it is.
1, and the Queensland has been unbeaten.
So here's Tony Grantham from the North Harbour on the forehand on that shorter length end, which has enabled us to get back into this game. Really well played here from Tony Grantham. Sits down right in behind the jack. Cahill quickly on the forehand. Going to be under the line.
And a good start there from Tony. That's probably his best first ball, I think, Kev, in this game so far.
Yeah, more than likely. Well, the other good thing as well, this is more than likely, it's fair to say, from the jack length. Sorry, Alex, this is the length that I feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And coming down now, well, finished literally jack level.
See Nick on his backhand side. That's a good bowl. That's a very good bowl if it keeps going. Good shot.
So does... Well, it fell in, just fell over.
An even better bowl then.
And I was just going to mention about, does Tony Grantham change his hand? Well, this confirms he does need to change his hand now, because that Queensland bowl fell in for shot. Queensland leading 6-5 as we play in 6 of 18.
See Tony on the backhand. He's not far away, Kev.
He's very close to getting the result here. Gets the jack, puts it out to the side. Well played. Just instead of the jack thinking we wanted to go where we wanted to go, didn't quite go, but it's opened it up anyway, Alex, hasn't it, now for...
Good bowl there from Nick. Change it around a little bit.
Just took those headphones off, Alex, and that rain, you can now hit the roof out in front of us here. You can actually hear it. It's quite...
persistent
rain.
rain.
It is. It's... Andrew Kelly, was you looking at the birds?
There's the murder birds back. You can hear them in the background.
Yes. Andrew Kelly casting his eyes upwards towards skywards. So Kelly now on the forehand, played 3 magnificent bowls the last couple of ends, 3 big conversion bowls, and he's on a good line again as Kelly. Is it going to get all the way down to the shot bowl? Just falls outside it. Well played though from Andrew Kelly, and you can see immediately there's been a lift of confidence really in body language as well, and with New Zealand side after those last couple of ends as we watch Cohen Lifton trying to get to the Kelly bowl. Will do so, sits it over. It'll still just be the one though. It's the one shot to the Queensland combination, who, as Alex just said but a moment ago, 1-3 from 3 yesterday on the backhand, is the New Zealander from the Cantab. Andrew Kelly not going to get all the way back. So Cohen Litfin now with the rain jacket on, trying to get down to the Tony Grantham bowl. That's what he's trying to get to. Close.
Wow.
Oh.
Lots of stuff happened there. He found an impossible gap.
Well, we know what shot he's going to be playing next time as well, Alex. So that's why it's so important here that Andrew Kelly on that backhand side gets another bowl on the head, because we'll certainly see Cohen Lifton endeavouring to move that bowl, that Tony Grantham bowl. So needs to move back now. Coming back now is the Kelly bowl. Needs to fall.
Oh, goodness gracious me. He couldn't have done much more than that,
no,
really.
He could not. Just had to fall in. It looked as though it was going to fall in, in towards the head, Alex, but just flopped outside and leaving the Queensland. Good. Well, it gives us a bit more protection on the head for the number that was sitting there beforehand, because Litfin was certainly looking to displace the New Zealand bowl. And here he is again on the backhand, and he's straight away.
Showing some frustration there, and you wonder with that weight sometimes when it's raining a little bit and your bowl gets a bit slippery, those sort of shots, they can be easy. They sort of miss out of your hand immediately
Well,
sometimes,
they
don't
can
they,
if they can just slip off their finger right at that point of delivery.
Yes, yeah.
That's that's right. And I saw him giving the hand a big wipe earlier on. But you're right, Alex. Just at that point of delivery, with them being damp, it can just slip off.
There was someone who told me once, and I think I agreed with them after a while. In the rain, one of the ways if you can deal with 2 or 3 ends of it struggling, if you actually leave the bowls wet and your hands wet, your fingers wrinkle up, and you can you sort of get a grip of the bowl.
Some people always have worked on that philosophy that they never worry about. Some people used to put additional grippo on or grippo on the tips of their fingers.
Yeah.
For when it became wet, just to give that bit of grip, because it gets shiny and slippery.
Yeah. No, I despise the rain personally, Kevin. So what I usually do is I play with an umbrella if it's not too windy, and I can look pretty ungainly as you're trying to bend down and hold an umbrella to pick the bowl up and dry it off. But I don't get along well with the rain at all. As we see 2 short bowls, so the green definitely slowing down.
Well, my philosophy about playing bowls, Alex, is it was a game designed to play in the sunshine with no rain, no wind, and not having to wear a jumper.
I agree.
To me, that's the... So, here's Tony Grantham. Needs to move back now. How far is it coming back? And we'll finish just jack high. And this is more than likely from the leads. No, I'm not going to say wayward, that's unfair, but they certainly left more room, so to speak. Than
Absolutely. So you see this bowl just cannon that one in a little bit.
And there you clearly heard Andrew Kelly saying play through. There's a port through those 2 bowls, which will get you to the shot. It's exactly what Grantham's endeavouring to do. Coming now, needs to get inside this bowl to the jack.
Little
and
feather,
will do
good
so.
shot.
That's that weight that we were talking about, Alex, the moving around weight. Yeah, and your bowl doesn't go. And the other good thing on these greens, you hit the target, your bowl's not going to go very far.
Yeah, you can get away with it, can't you? Just sort of overplaying, as we see Nick here pick the gap, and then past the jack a little bit. But that's a good bowl, really, from Nick.
More than likely would be shot just sitting jack high.
As we see on the crossover, a spread out here, but that's more because Tony Grantham's moved the jack back towards that 6 o'clock space.
Yeah, the jack's been moved, half a metre, hasn't it? And off the centre line as well.
So Andrew Kelly here, just taking his time, very deliberate. It is a fascinating contrast between these 2 teams, where we have Tony and Andrew, who are deliberate bowlers. Old-fashioned isn't the word I'm looking for, but maybe more a traditional, conventional delivery and approach of the game, against Cohen and Nick, who both waste no time on the mat. They just back themselves, that very Australian, you're on the mat and you let it go sort of thing. And Cohen here on the forehand side, he's found this gate nicely. This is a good bowl.
Well, the side of the jack, how's that?
Good shot.
Well, it's still only the 1 shot, I think, which is fine. Now, did I hear Tony Grantham say we've got one? We'll check in a moment, but I might be completely wrong, but I just thought I heard through the mic. So, Andrew Kelly's certainly out on that wider side. Tony Grantham looking closely at it. Was always going to be a bowl wide, but good weight though.
Well, that almost looks like New Zealand is holding one to 1 o'clock on the screen, doesn't it? 1 o'clock to the jack.
Well, what I heard there through the mic from Nick Cahill indicating to me that it is 1 to New Zealand, as we see Cohen Lifton trying to get the end of the bowl, not going to do so.
I think it's slippery. I think the bowls are too slippery at the moment. We've seen him do that, missed that way twice now, Kev, just out of his hand.
Certainly has. And one would think, Alex, that if we didn't have the shot down through the port on the forehand would be the best option. Here is Kelly. How's the weight?
Careful with your weight,
Get into
Andrew.
the Grantham
Be careful with your weight.
Get
Careful,
into
careful.
it.
Brilliant.
Well,
Genius.
Superbly played.
Never doubted it for a second.
Good controlled weight and gives us 2 bowls on the head, as well as Cohen Lifton. Interesting. Talking to himself now.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I mean, we've seen him miss a couple of balls straight out of his hand, so it's about
all of a sudden, just a bit
of release. How good was that bowl from Andrew Kelly? Like, we talk about that for a second. He could have got Tony's bowl onto the jack, which was bad, but he just hit it perfect and with beautiful weight. He might be holding 2.
I think he's got 2 on the. So here is Litvin trying to get down to again. You picked it, Alex.
What was that?
3.
Was that 3 to New Zealand?
Well, then Litvin hit a New Zealand bowl on the way through.
Went about 7 rolls up. We see there the score 6-6-6. I shouldn't really say that. 6 each after 6 ends. So we're on to the 8th there now. We'll just wait for confirmation to see how many points New Zealand has scored there.
It was definitely 2.
It was definitely 2. It may have been that 3 on the roll-up. We'll just wait for Nick or Tony to put the official scoreboard ticket over. If it was 3, the psychology of this game has completely flipped around. Remember, minutes ago, 6-0 to Queensland. We now may be 9-6 to New Zealand. Crazy stuff here at Musgrave Hill.
To me as well, though, it highlights I would say, the newfound maturity of Andrew Kelly, who has, played the big bowls to convert for New Zealand when he was, he could have been 9-0 down, Alex, in 1 bowl. He started this turnaround.
Absolutely. I'm going to take a punt at 9-6, and I'll change it if it's wrong, because I'm sure I heard someone say 3. So I'll be an optimist, and I'll put 3 on the scoreboard.
I'll agree with you there.
And I'm happy to, well, not happy to be corrected, because it would mean we'd be 8-6 up. But just a very seesawing game so far.
It must be 3 because the Australians aren't very keen on changing the scoreboard, Alex.
Here we go. Andrew Kelly just giving that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well played
6,
by
7
Tony
claps.
Grantham. Sits jack level.
Nick on his backhand. His first bowl, look at that, was perfect at 6 o'clock to the jack. His second bowl, he'll play with the same weight and a slightly tighter line. Look at this.
Is it going to hold all the weight? No, it won't. Just a bowl under.
Great effort. Yeah, and Tony will miss heavy here, if anything, won't he, Kev? He won't mind.
He don't mind 2 feet past really. Andrew Kelly was just indicating then that bowl behind the shot bowl is in fact 2 feet behind.
That's that's the shortest you'd want to be, isn't it? He'd be happy if he's heavier than that.
Well, he got it out on that good safe. That's well played.
Perfect.
Very well played
What
by
a bowl.
Tony Grantham. That's perfect to the line. Cahill now.
He's following this one up. He thinks he's close here, Kev. He's 2 down. The lead's 2 down. Looking for the jack in the right spot. Little feather off the front one first. Good bowl.
Well played. Sits right alongside it. It's that sort of press and stay weight that the Australians so much enjoy playing. Interesting now, all of a sudden, Cohen Lifton staying down the other end with the. So it's amazing how things can just change around.
They will look
except the scoreboard.
We think it's 9-6, so that maybe they can take their cue off us. Andrew Kelly, just in such fine form, particularly on this rink. We watched the game, and if you're watching and you want to watch another game, it's a good one to watch, to be fair, against Queensland earlier.
Oh, watch this bowl of Kelly's here. Watch this. Pushes it out to the side. Got the jack out to the side. And he is playing big bowls, Alex. These are.
Oh, he doesn't know how to miss, Kev. He doesn't know how to miss.
When you've got bowls sitting right on the jack like this in trying conditions and controlling that weight to get to the target area, that to me is just. We talk about the 85% effectiveness. That's what Andrew Kelly is doing now, bowl after bowl.
Very much so. And Cohen here on the backhand has had a forgettable few ends. I think with the rain, his delivery hasn't come out as nicely as he would like. And that's an okay first ball there. His green's good, isn't it? So it's just about correcting the weight.
Well, that's the line that Andrew Kelly's got to. In fact, if he sits just inside the blue bowl, he'll be in a good position. Here's Kelly now with his second after playing yet another big bowl with his first, removing it, touch up.
On the backhand.
Certainly got it out on the wide side. Needs to start moving back now. It's a lazy move out on that side of the ring. Needs to get inside,
running.
or need to get inside that chalk, that line there. So Lifton, we're trying now just to improve slightly with his weight, with his second. He's out on that Andrew Kelly line.
It's close.
Well, this is the target, isn't it? But is it going to go past too quick? No, it's not.
Good bowl. Good shot. He's in for one there, Cohen. That's a nice shot. And it's just about getting another bowl there or thereabouts, isn't it, for Andrew Kelly?
Well,
there's no shot play here. Like if you wanted to, you could play on your forehand side.
well, I was just
read through the bowl at 6 o'clock if he's wide. Tony's bowl's popping in.
well,
still favour us.
Tony Grantham says still favour us.
Okay, well that there's no reason to play my shot then.
No, because I was thinking of because that bowl's safe locked in there.
Yes.
Would have been safe to play down. So Grantham is normally pretty good on this. Looking at the.
So they're just having a chat here. New Zealand, we think a 9-6 up. It's a measure on the head. So really for Andrew, he just needs to decide, am I playing on my forehand or am I playing on my backhand?
Well, I'm going to back you with the 9-6 because Australia, as I said before.
We haven't seen the score updated yet, so we'll go 9-6.
Yeah, so
maybe they just do two. It was too late in the head now, so
do
you'll
it
wait until
two at a time, perhaps.
Fair enough. I've forgotten plenty of times to update the scoreboard, and then it's a lesson in confusion. As we see, Andrew Kelly, what's he opted for, Kev?
Well,
still don't know. Backhand, I think.
He'll just draw down. I think he's trying to draw down to the blue bowl. He indicated that bowl of Cohen Lifton's is where he'd like to be, and he's close, I can tell you that. Here he comes again, Kelly. Here he comes again. And if it falls over, it does. It's a one-bowl target.
How good? How well is Andrew Kelly playing?
Well,
does he know how to miss a bowl?
This is just sort of the morale psychologically.
We got a smile out of him too, Kev. I was waiting for. I was going to say I would usually do a bigger reaction than just walking up the green. We got a smile out of Andrew Kelly. Now, are we seeing weight from Cohen here? It depends, doesn't it, as to whether they're up or down? Oh, not really.
Oh, he'll play with that reaching through
just
weight
to get to
the front of that. What is the shot bowl? Two blue bowls over the head.
On the
He's
forehand.
playing with a lot of weight to
he's
get
not
down
short.
to
He's
the
close
bowl,
too. He's close. Good bowl.
Got it clean, but we could still be laying one New Zealand.
If he's still one down.
Ooh, Tony Grantham's very confident straight away.
Yeah.
He was. Good games and shit there by Tony Grantham.
Good call from Tony.
Just saying to Nick Carr, we'll give up, boy. We've got one.
And if we think about how unlucky that was from Queensland, he's chipped off a bowl that was half an inch away from the jack without the jack moving.
Absolutely.
Ask someone to do that. It's not easy. All right, we'll take a punt. I think we're 10-6 up now on the ninth end. We're at the halfway point. A good game here between Queensland and New Zealand. Tony Grantham leading off. As Queensland were 6-0 up after 2.
Well, it's become now, we've scored 10.
Yeah, there we go. There's the scoreboard. It's been updated. So we see that rain just dribbling off everything, really. The umbrella's doing a good job here, Kev.
Yes, it is.
For our PTZ cameras.
Yeah, Tamara's been out there. Another ex-Glenfield man standing right in behind. Used to play with Tony Grantham at North Harbour. Trotty, well-known ex-Taranaki man, and played his bowls at Glenfield. So on the backhand, after a good opening bowl from Tony Grantham, just sitting low of the jack, just going to go by. See the indication from Cohen Lifton, just going to run by on the backhand. Well, if you're talking we're allowed to sort of be amateur selectors, I suppose you could say, Alex. But
very amateur.
To me, over the last few days, well played,
Good ball, Tony Grantham.
To me, if we're looking at a player who's just, as the event's gone on, especially playing at the top end, Andrew Kelly has oozed confidence and been, I think, outstanding.
He's played great bowls. You can't argue with that at all. He's been very assured and played good bowls when they're required of them. And it's been an impressive, to be fair, it's been, because we're sort of on the fringes, you come early in the morning, you see the blackjack team come in. Very much a wonderful team environment at this multi-nation.
They're certainly a happy side, without any question. And I noticed yesterday at that place.
Tony Grantham.
Another great bowl here
Brilliant.
from Grantham.
Brilliant leading.
Turns it over. It's 3. That's good as you'll get there. And watching the New Zealand team yesterday playing in that extreme heat, the two players who weren't playing at that particular time, and the same with the ladies who were also up there, they were going and getting water bottles all the time. They were making sure that the team was hydrated, and and that to me, and they were there watching literally the whole time, because sitting there yesterday, it was hot enough playing, but even sitting there watching, Alex, it was
I was melting.
It was very, very, very warm. So
if we look at this head, Kev, I know when New Zealand was 6-0 down and we were 3 down on the head, we spoke about that being a big end in the context of the game for the New Zealand's point of view. Is the reverse true for Queensland? They had 10-6 down on the card, 3 down on the head. How important are Cohen's 3 bowls here?
Well, if those early on, we saw similar sort of bowls from Cahill, and Tony was perhaps a metre or so away. Now, all of a sudden, as the skips have changed over the last couple of ends, the pressure's been reversed. And at this stage, Andrew Kelly has responded better than what at this stage of the game than what Cohen Nifton have. And
you just feel like this end, and Andrew going for the 2 metre mark here because they're expecting aggression from the Australians.
Absolutely, they will.
You just feel like this end, this is really important for the Queensland team.
Well, they certainly wouldn't want to be looking at 13-6 down,
That's
would
the
they?
difference, isn't it?
Absolutely. At the halfway mark. So here's Litvin, 3 down on the head, and electing to go on the draw. So now, going to go by. Now the good thing with Andrew Kelly for that bowl, that's actually now his target. That's his counting zone. That bowl of Cohen Lifton's, definitely 2. Two and a measure.
2.5, yes.
So the blue bowl on that draw line is now at the Andrew Kelly target, and that really puts pressure on the Queenslanders. He's got the bowl out well on the arc as Kelly. Here it comes now.
Andrew Kelly.
Down towards the blue bowl that we were talking about. Will sit on one of the Grantham bowls. That's fine. 1 in, 1 out, I would say. Just going to go by, I think. No, great bowl here from the Queenslander.
That was a brilliant bowl there from Cohen Lifton under all the pressure in the world too. That was great stuff, and look at that, just sort of settling in.
So Andrew Kelly can literally, with a foot of weight over the head, on the other hand, sit that bowl out clean, count himself for more than likely 4 shots, and I'm sure that's what Andrew Kelly will be looking at doing. And as we said before, Alex, this is where this controlled reaching weight, that's the hand he's going to, all right. Endeavouring to reach through, get into the Litvin blue bowl, get a couple of turns on it.
He's on the high side, I think, Kev.
Yeah, I still think the best shot option was on that. The reason why I say that, because you could have got to the 2 blue bowls.
Yeah, the backhand looked more natural. Cohen wasting no time. He's on his forehand side with his bonus bowl here. Queensland looking to score for the first time in a while. Chasing this bowl on. Cohenlifton looking to make it too.
This is well played.
And he's done so. Brilliant stuff there from the Queenslander.
So we go to 10-8 now, with 9 of 18 completed. And Andrew Kelly's defence, we're sitting obviously at a different angle to where our cameras now. We're at a different angle to exactly on the green, but it just looked like that backhand reaching shot was there. Was a good opportunity, and straight away, Cohenlifton's delighted because it's indicating to Nick Cahill because the jack's been delivered right down to the 2 metre mark, so that's where they wanted to change that length around.
So we see Nick Cahill's first bowl here on the backhand.
So how's the weight? 2 feet, a couple of feet. Grantham falling short with that change of length. Yeah, well, fortunately,
they're all short here, aren't they, Kev?
Fortunately, the door's open. Nick Cahill not taking advantage of it now with that second bowl of Tony Grantham. Every opportunity now to make amends, get down past the zone, get all the way down to the jack, get all the way down here.
Clean run,
well played,
beautiful.
clean run to the jack, to the centre line. Well played from Tony Grantham.
See Nick here. Very pendulum. It's like a pendulum action, isn't it, Kev? Just sort of
somewhat
backwards and forwards, through on his delivery. Very easy to repeat, isn't it? Which is the key to a good delivery.
Just going to go by, and Andrew Kelly saying to Tony Grantham, another 2 feet of weight, and that would get them in behind, get him to that last bowl of Nick Cahill's, the top. Well, he is the #1 player really in Queensland last year. He certainly won a lot of events last year. Did the youngster.
Happy if you want to have a little punt. That's good.
For those who don't know, there's Tamara. That is Tamara,
just walking off
brains,
screen.
Just walking off screen. That's the lady that does all the fine work, along with Sarah, bringing you all these wonderful coverage images right throughout the event. I just wonder, looking outside, that rain might have sort of dropped off, Alex. I'm looking near the blue.
I'm very optimistic about the rain situation.
The skies just seem to, and he is playing for the bowl straight
forehand.
away.
He's on the. Is he going to get a good result here?
Get the Cahill bowl, and well,
it would be disappointing if that's one.
Well, I didn't actually hear what Tony Grantham said then, but he got onto the front bowl. Did Litvin. Kelly now will be on the draw. Yeah, the skies are a lot lighter at this point right around us as you look back towards the Gold Coast. And
Andrew Kelly on the backhand side, playing as if we're down regardless, and that's a good way to play this here. Little feather could get it. That's a slice of heaven there for Andrew Kelly.
Well,
it was briefly.
Great effort, so I'm picking that we're one down from just how the communication from Tony Grantham.
Is it still worth aggression from the Australians here? That's what, is it?
Yes. There you go.
It's close to shot, but I'd still be playing it.
Close to shot, but I'd still be playing it.
It's a very thick Australian accent on the forehand. Cohen on the forehand. He's close here. He's very close. Inside half. Bang, bang. Oh, unlucky not to get the jack, but a good bowl.
Oh, I still question even in playing that shot because Tony Grantham did have a bowl deep down on the rink. So
One down now, yeah. Where is the shot? Is it level? It's a bowl long. You just snake through yours, mate. Yeah, I'm just worried if I get a... Well, you know, drawing back to here, if you get the jack back to here... I do the same thing down here? Yeah.
So just deciding which hand to try and play to get to the shot and keep some safety as well.
It's fascinating. One of the challenges any national team have is that they're often players from different regions. So domestically, we spend all season trying to beat each other up as players. You spend all season trying to crush these people, and then you get put into a national team and you're expected to be able to communicate effectively with each other and play nicely. It's interesting to see just the communication that sort of happens on the green here with these the different teams.
Well, the one to Queensland at this point on the head is Andrew Kelly just went wide of the head. You're right, Alex, but I think really if I look at this team now, I'm delighted as a new side, so to speak. Well, a new squad. We'll call it. It's not a side at this point in time. It's a new squad. How they've come together, both on and off the green, and supporting one another.
Yeah, and a lot of the work must be in the communication, eh? Like a lot of it must be about just making sure they clearly communicate, which is what we can see with Tony and Andrew asking the questions.
Still looking for the jack.
He's going to chip himself off.
Well,
it's hard to tell with these angles what's happening here.
Tony Grantham thought that New Zealand were one down. We'll just see here. We'll check in but a moment. Andrew Kelly making his way back to the mat. So now I compliment the whole New Zealand squad that are here.
Sorry, I just saw Aaron Tees deliver a jack left-handed, which is very confusing.
They are Australians.
We've got Australians tuning in, Kev.
So
we're saying how talented they are. We see Andrew Kelly.
Yeah, exactly how talented they are. So trying to get to the bowl. He's close here. He's close. Hold.
He's got it.
He's got the bowl. What?
And it sat down. How good? How good was that from Andrew Kelly?
Well, I'd love to see a replay of that bowl because that was an absolutely outstanding bowl from Kelly. Reaching weight, getting to the shot bowl, turning it through the head, and making 2 shots to New Zealand. Well played, Andrew Kelly, as New Zealand go to a 12-8 lead as we play in 11 of 18. And by goodness, when you get to a highlights package in this game to date,
it's going to be lots of bowls.
Oh, well, there's a number of Andrew Kelly bowls one could put into that highlights package, and none so more than 12-8 now New Zealand lead. None so more than that last end, Alex, because that was...
Here we go. Let's just watch it back. This is perfection. Clears the front bowl, square through the Queensland one, and sits down. That is as good as it gets.
And Tony Grantham responding very quickly.
And the scoreboard pleased to see that we're 25-21 up. We'll just quickly change that back to what it's meant to be.
The only problem with that scoreboard is New Zealand versus New Zealand.
Yeah, so we've won. We scored 50-something points there, which is good news.
So New Zealand leading 12-8 as we play 11 of 18. Tony Grantham just sitting low at the jack, playing his second bowl. Andrew Kelly asking it to hurry just to get past the front bowl. Cahill now quickly into his work as it is a sort of it is a strange action all around, actually.
It's very repeatable, though, isn't it? Like it's that nice pendulum just backwards and forwards. And look at this here from Nick Cahill. Onto the jack. Good bowl. Good lead. And it's been a good battle here.
Forward 2 metres if you want. Keep it on that tight line.
So you heard Andrew Kelly. You can afford to play with 2 metres away. Keep it on the tight line. And to get down to what is... Well, if it comes in behind the head is absolutely fine. The good thing as well, psychologically, from a game management point of view as well, Alex, is the Queensland combination now know the shock capability which Andrew Kelly has actually got and is bringing to this game.
Well, you want there to be fear, don't you? And want of a better word.
Yeah, and so they know very well that if we do leave the gate open, Kelly's more than capable of taking advantage of it and converting those opportunities.
Absolutely, and we saw The forgettable last bowl there from Nick, just falling a bit short, but he is holding 1 to 6 o'clock, and depending on the angles, maybe even turf. We look at the bowl at 3 o'clock there. Andrew Kelly with his first bowl now. Remembering New Zealand leading 12-8 here after 10 ends. On his backhand side, Andrew Kelly playing so well in this game.
Trying to get down to the Grantham bowls, turn them through the head. More than likely needed another yard of weight, but it's another bowl on the head, so that's absolutely fine. New Zealand leading 12-8. And don't forget, throughout the day, you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, or a number of websites, but we'll say the Bowls New Zealand website. Onto the hub there, you'll see all the results, round by round, game by game, and the progress of the whole New Zealand squad, who today are playing here, of course, at Club Musgrave, and also are in action at Helensvale. So we can't bring you, obviously we can't bring you those results or updates, but they will all be on the Bowls New Zealand website. And I'm sure throughout the day, the Team New Zealand manager, Julie, as she's been doing right throughout, will be putting progress results on, I'll call this moving day. And she'll be putting results up throughout the day, updates. So, Kelly here looking for an inside out bet. Well,
he just about cannon Tony's bowling for one there.
But all of a sudden, Alex, we've got 4 bowls amongst their one. So is there an opportunity now for Andrew Kelly to play yet another big bowl? Because it's now the Queenslanders who need to get another bowl on the head, as we see Cohen Litvin trying to get down, not going to.
On the forehand, that bowl
going to hang outside it.
That little bit.
So, do we play it? Do we hit down through there to the coloured bowl?
No, may as well, in for a penny, in for a pound, on the forehand
well,
side.
Well, we're one down now. Even if the jack moves right out to the side, same result.
Yeah, you're looking to clear the front blue bowl. Yeah.
Well, of course, one of the good things for New Zealand, an inside slide off an Andrew Kelly bowl can actually get directly right down to the jack.
Here we go. This is another big moment in this game. Moving over to his right on the mat. That's to get around the short stuff and hook back in at the end of the track. On the forehand, Andrew Kelly with weight. Well, some weight. Enough weight to do what we want it to do here, Kevin. He's not far away.
Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. This is looking good. How's that?
I have been rendered speechless. I've got nothing left to say, Kev. He's just...
Well...
I've got nothing.
So, Litvin trying to save the situation. Is he going to go through, trying to sit on the Kelly bowl? And does so
bowl!
For shot.
What a bowl!
What a head. Well, that could have been literally, I'm not going to say match, but it's certainly going to put New Zealand in a very strong position. Andrew Kelly with that weighted shot dislodged the Queensland bowl. It turned into 5 for New Zealand. Cohen Lifton standing on the mat, last bowl in his hand, and dead draws and sits right on top of the New Zealand bowl for 1, leaving New Zealand leading 12-9 as we play in 12 of 18. And they are going to lose the jack here as Queensland. They delivered the jack. 2 magnificent bowls, Alex.
I am not often, I don't struggle for words, Kev, which is one of the reasons why I sit behind a microphone. But that just, you won't see bowls better than that from any of them. Andrew Kelly, that bowl was played to perfection. And then just put yourself in Cohen's shoes. You were 6-0 up. And then you were well down, you've played a good saving bowl, then you're 12-9 or 12-8 back, you're 5 down on the head. The amount of pressure on that last bowl, you can't even begin to describe it. And he just got there and went through the shot.
Drew the
Great
shot.
Stuff.
Didn't touch anything at all, just drew it dead. And Nick Cahill now responding, because lost the jack on the jack delivery, but then shortened up by New Zealand, as we knew that they would do. And Cahill immediately responded. Andrew Kelly applauding the bowl of Granthams, which comes and sits on top of the the Australian shot bowl.
Such a good game appears here between Queensland and New Zealand. And we see Nick. Look at that, 3 bowls with essentially the perfect weight. 2 from Nick, 1 from Tony.
Just shows, you know, what's going on. So the other games we've got around the Taylor Bruce is playing the singles for New Zealand, and the women's fours playing Queensland as well is Caitlin Inch, Val Smith, Claire Hendra and Leanne Paulson. And we know Tony Grantham unlucky there. We know we've got the men's pairs underway here, and we have got the Raymond Martin skipping the triple side. Not sure who that full lineup is, but Raymond Martin is skipping the triples at Helensvale, as we see Cahill now with New Zealand leading 12-9. Going to draw another one into the bunch on the head.
Great bowl. Look at that. That's 3 brilliant bowls there from Nick.
Superb bowls. Good rest, though, for New Zealand as well.
I can just quickly tell you that the... Oh, I've clicked the wrong one, Kev, so I'll tell you after. I'll tell you in a second who's finishing out that triples side. Ray Martin is with Lance Pascoe and Chris Lalieve in the triples, so good lineup there, and a very important day for all the New Zealand teams here in Australia for this multi-nation section play.
So here's Tony Grantham endeavouring to get down to the jack, not the gap. Shuley, oh, unfortunate there, played with the right weight to reach through as well. Just...
That was well played, wasn't it?
It was. It just, you know, it's one of those things where sometimes you get the inside rub, sometimes you don't, and unfortunately went straight through the gap as they change over. And the second game we'll bring you today is the Mark Nobles Skip New Zealand Paris side. That's the next match that we'll be bringing you live here from Club Musgrave.
Cohen here on his forehand side. Queensland trailing 9-12. They haven't been in front since end 3. End 2. No, end 3. Haven't been in front since end 3. Holding 1.5 here.
Well, this now becomes a big end as well for New Zealand, Alex, because, you know, they've sort of built the head up good. New Zealand's still got scoring chances, and it's just keeping that momentum going, really, isn't it, for the New Zealand side? Here is Kelly playing down, trying to sit inside the Australian bowls, the Queensland bowls. Very close is Andrew Kelly. Have a look at this to the jack.
How good.
And draws a front.
Who just gets down and draws a front toucher? I don't understand what is going on this rink.
Just draws a front touch-up, does Andrew Kelly, just continuing that, well, I'd say maturity in his whole attitude towards the game, his game management. My view has been outstanding in the games that I've watched.
No, you couldn't watch it and think that he hasn't been. It's just good stuff from Andrew Kelly.
It's been a pleasure to watch him in action over here in Australia. He's certainly putting his hand up and say, he's saying to the New Zealand selectors, you're going nowhere without me, really. So New Zealand really interesting here, looking at a bit of what I would call scoreboard protection, perhaps. The indication is that they're going to go deeper on the rink, because we know that Cohen Lifton will be playing with weight. Trying to get down towards this blue. That's very good, because more than likely may well be fourth shot, I would say.
We see Cohen just make his way back.
It's interesting where you watch the on the head, where you know you see the instructions here for Nick Cahill. The instruction's not actually at the shot target; it's actually it's outside the shot target, and that's how they play the game, really, Alex, isn't it? Playing with big weight, trying to get through to the bowl, gets the jack.
And his bowl's following through, look at that.
2 metre, and that's why Andrew Kelly with that second bowl was endeavouring to get deeper on the rink to give them New Zealand the 2 metre mark. So, well, there it is. It's in the ditch. Here's the replay of it.
Look at this. Never looked like missing, not for a second. And his collision bowl following through as well. Great stuff.
Andrew Kelly now with the jack being moved quite considerably. You see it in the ditch to see the marker there. Kelly down on the head. His last bowl, New Zealand leading 12-9. On the
backhand.
On the backhand, Kelly.
And again, if you're tuning in, we just watch this bowl first. Listen for a thud. Oh, there it goes. And that
was 12-11. Well, if you look at it, actually, there wasn't a lot of room because those bowls, the two counting bowls, were pretty well down deep on the green towards the number. So they 12-11 now, New Zealand lead.
Just a crazy, I mean, it's not a crazy game. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable game of bowls to watch, really, Kevin, hasn't it? You know, there's been big bowls from all of them. The leads have had a good seesawing battle. I think Nick dominated the first third.
Absolutely.
Then Tony got on top of Nick, and now it's probably 50-50. The skips cone went missing for 3 or 4 ends in the middle, but it's come back.
Did.
You know, it's got everything, this game.
Interesting to see Mike Kernan having a chat with Tony Grantham, just giving him some encouragement. And certainly has been leading well. Good opening bowl here from...
You can see just the top of the jack at the bottom of your screen at 6 o'clock. Our cameras have, what do you call, rain jackets on them.
They do.
The rain jackets, although I mean, it's brilliant because it stops them from getting wet. It can make it challenging. So we're just, the jack you can see there at 6 o'clock, and Tony, brilliant. That's a good camera switch there.
Thank you, Tamara and Sarah.
So it was an okay bowl there from the Queensland, wasn't it, with the first one?
Right on top of the jack.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Actually, I think the encouraging thing to me, from the New Zealand point of view, from what I've seen throughout the days, is I'll say the 2 leads, especially. Yeah, 2 leads. Both Tony Grantham and Crystal Lee, but I think have been a strength of the New Zealand side. I think they've, in multi-disciplines, they've done a pretty good job, really, off the front for New Zealand. Here's Grantham now, trying to get down. You see the bowl there, so the jack and bowl. It's going to get all the way down, this bowl. The Tony Grantham's, no, it won't. Gets through the port. Will finish jack level. That's very handy, second shot.
And of course, if you are tuning in, thank you for that. If you haven't subscribed yet to our YouTube channel, please do. There's a subscribe button on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Click it. I think it's red. It's got a bell next to it, and you'll be notified of any broadcasting that we do for both the rest of this week and the rest of the season. We enjoy bringing this to as many people as possible, and that's one of the ways to do that. We are, of course, here for the next 2 days as well. We're not here. We're covering the multi-nations for the next 2 days, Kev, out of Broadbeach, Thursday and Friday, which is all the pointy end of it. Tomorrow's to be decided because there's some things that need to be figured out in regards to draws and greens and all that stuff, but there will be broadcasting tomorrow as we see Tony Grantham.
Grantham to the jack. Oh, he just feathered his front bowl. He was on a deadline to the jack then.
There will be broadcasting tomorrow from us and also on the finals day, as well as Bowls Australia is doing some broadcasting for the last couple of days as well, Kev. So there's going to be an embarrassment of riches when it comes to live streaming or broadcasting of this multi-nations to watch in the next 2 days.
Certainly will be. And a good little bonus there for New Zealand. You just might have seen what was the shot bowl, what is the shot bowl of Cahill sitting right on the jack. It actually just tipped over, so it's sitting back now. So it's just for Kelly, who'll be playing reaching weight through there. It's just an easier, not easier, but it's just a different attacking line, really, and having the advantage now as well with Tony Grantham getting the back bowl in. So here is Cohen Lifton, who's played a couple of big bowls this last couple of ends. None so more. How's it going to chip?
Oh, he just about got unlucky there. He's nearly, though, got lucky because it's just about locked in, that bowl that sits at 7 o'clock to the jack. It doesn't remove itself so cleanly now, does it? There's, what, 2 or 3 inches between those two bowls. Doesn't change his shot, of course, but it might just change it in collision.
Yeah, Litfin played that big bowl when was New Zealand more than likely holding 4 or 5. After Andrew Kelly played an outstanding bowl.
Would have been an easy shot to miss from Cohen, but he didn't.
Oh, how's this coming from Kelly? How's this coming from Kelly? Don't touch anything. There it is. He gets the jack, moves it again, out to the side. New Zealand 1, perhaps 2. I'm just delighted.
Does he know how to miss, Kev?
Well, the thing is, Alex, I'm just delighted to see the weight now that Andrew Kelly is constantly using to move things around, and that's that's confidence as well. So well played by Andrew Kelly.
He's tight. He's tight on his back end.
He's definitely tight, trying to play down the New Zealand bowls. That's what he's trying to do.
Very close.
How's he going to get it? Gets it through. I think it's still a Tony Grantham bowl, which is shot. Tony Grantham having a look.
Probably only half a bowl narrow on his back end, really. Or maybe it's... he says close.
Close is the call. So indicating to just draw a shot.
Usually you say close if you're scared to say we're holding one in case you're not.
Correct.
So I think just you play it like you're down if you're Andrew Kelly. You presume you're mentally prepared to be down when all the dust is settled if nothing changes.
12-11 New Zealand lead as we play in 13 of 18 ends. Andrew Kelly's got this bowl out. Is it wide enough on the way down? We'll see in but a moment. Needs to get past this front bowl. Not going to do so. Rocks it.
Wasn't far away, really. Just a bowl. Makes his way down to the head as well. The Queenslanders just making their decision.
That's indicating to me they're one down.
How long they're taking, eh?
Yeah, if they were correct, Alex. If they were one up, I don't think they would be taking this long to decide what shot that they're going to elect to play. Yeah. Certainly had long discussion, deliberation about this shot.
He makes his way back to the delivery area.
Get that one roll, you're 3.
You get one roll on you can lay 3. So here is Litvin. So he's saying if he can get to what they think is the shot bowl, which we can't tell you at the moment.
Here we go. Here we go. What did he do? Oh, well, Nick's scratching an itch, so I would say that's probably... I think he was really close to perfection there, Kev, but maybe he's given the shot away.
Oh, I think it's definitely one to New Zealand. If I'm looking at that camera angle there, whether he got some movement on that blue bowl on the way... it moved the other bowl, because that definitely looks like what... So...
He must have been close to what he was going for, though.
So... Did New Zealand play for a jack touch for 3?
Oh, why would you not? Absolutely. And Andrew Kelly, he's playing well enough. He can move and it doesn't need to move. It can move anywhere between 1 and 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, I think New Zealand's got the shot, but any movement of the jack, and remembering that Cohen Lifton's got no bowls left on this head, any movement of the jack,
and any direction, you can get any part of the jack as well. So it's just
favours
connecting.
New Zealand.
You don't want to be short.
Needs to get past this front bowl. Needs to get past the front clean.
He's allowed to miss one.
It's fine. Tony Grantham taking hold of the jack very quickly, knowing it is 1 to New Zealand. We now go to 13-11 with 13 ends of 18 completed in this all-important men's pairs match.
Andrew Kelly has played well enough this game that I think Tony will go, you know what, I'm going to let you... That's okay. You can miss one bowl, Andrew.
Well, the good thing is and look, I don't know how the New Zealanders, management, selectors, coaches look at things, but I've always worked on, as you've heard me say, Alex, at this level, about that 85% effectiveness. And if we look at Kelly this morning, he's certainly delivered that, and we've seen, I think, Tony Grantham deliver 85 to 90% consistency. So as a combination, it's actually going very well.
Oh, for sure they are.
Well.
Absolutely. We see immediately the jack has been taken by the New Zealanders and pulled short.
can leave it down, mate. You get him.
And if you remember early on, we saw the first 4 ends where we saw Nick Cahill just own the jack. He just covered it like a pavlova, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just every bowl was literally. Tony Grantham knows that bowl. He knew he was out on that wider side. Boy, there's an interesting progress result there next door.
I saw 21 to Ireland.
And 10 to Australia.
Yeah.
It's the Aaron Wilson skipped Australian side. And it's that man, Gary Kelly, the Irishman. Yeah.
On 1 out of 3 wins as well. Their only win yesterday was against the New Zealand team. And I wouldn't have, if you'd asked me to pick how many wins they had after watching that performance, I would have gone, well, clearly they've won all 3.
Yeah.
Because Gary was like a man possessed, the New Zealand team, Ray Martin and Chris Lee. They played well, they played good bowls.
But he just kept moving the jack around end after end after end, didn't he?
He just didn't miss. As we see, Tony Grantham, 3 good weights here, just on the high side. That happens sometimes when you've played on longer ends and the jack goes shorter because the bowl isn't travelling as much distance, so it doesn't need to turn. It doesn't turn as much.
Well, and there's a bit of moisture on the green as well now, Alex, as well, which does, on these greens as well, it does tighten that line up as well. You're not getting that same run to the jack. It does tighten that line up. Although right now that. The skies around us have looked the best that they've looked right throughout.
I'm optimistic that we've had the best of the rain. It is always, I do find it funny in New Zealand, Kev, when you get the greens that speed up with a sprinkling.
Yeah.
That's good. Try to explain that to someone who isn't from outside of the ditch and see how it goes.
Yeah. People don't understand the things of the cotula weed, of the leaf of the weed. I know it sounds...
and then quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew Kelly. Look at this from Andrew Kelly.
And this is about this effectiveness that we're talking about, Alex. He was down on the head then straight away, bang. And that's really, to me, he's been first class. And it looks to me, Litvin finished just
good ball.
Level on the jack and. New Zealand leading 13-11 as we play in 14 of 18 here at the Club Musgrave up on the hill.
It's nearly getting warm, isn't it? Like it's almost, the sun's almost making an impact here as we see Andrew Kelly on the backhand side.
Trying to get to his own bowl.
He's very close to up and over on his own bowl. He's very close.
Bowl away from getting,
he deserved a good result.
Needed to fall in. You look at those flags today, Alex, there's no wind at all. When we were here 2 days ago, of course, we saw We saw that wind up here at Club Musgrave, which it's well known for. Trying to turn in the Nick Cahill bowl here, or draw it cold. Got a rub off the front at Cohen Litvin.
And now we have an important shot here from Andrew Kelly. New Zealand leading 13 points to 11. It's the 14th end. What's he doing, Kev?
Oh, he can play through. I personally feel he can play through his own bowl the yard away because you've got that Tony Grantham bowl sitting just in behind the head and the bowl would go with it. So here is Kelly, the Cantabrian.
Yeah, good call, Kev. And he's close here, Andrew Kelly. He's close. He needs it to get down. Needs it to get down.
That's the shot.
That'll do.
Exactly what we spoke about that
good
was
shot.
on. And played very well from the New Zealand skip.
Very much a percentage bowl, wasn't it? Because he had a 3-bowl or 2.5-bowl target.
He's played 3 bowls on this head. 2 bowls have been conversions.
Yeah.
So, if you're you're a sort of a keeping notes person, that's what you're looking for. You can't do anything about what Cohen Lipton may do now, but he's played 2 conversions out of his 3 bowls.
There's no chance of getting a lot off the wing ones, is there? Yeah.
No chance of getting the white off the wing bowls.
Interesting.
That's an interesting comment there from Cohen Litvin. That would have to be a square cut of some proportion, I would say. Here is Litvin now.
Get out of the way, Nick. I want to see what's happening.
Down
Look on the forehand. He's close here.
Has he got the weight?
He's
Dave?
very close. If he
Has
can
he
just
got the
find a
weight?
way through. He found a way through. What happened? Did he get one?
He drew the shot.
He did. He found a way through, Kev. That unbelievable stuff from Cohen Litvin. Look at him. Not a reaction in the world. These skips, God, they're on form, aren't they?
That was a magnificent bowl from Litvin. Drew within centimetres. So we're now at 13-12 in this all-important Piers game.
He found a way through, Kev.
Yeah, I didn't think there was. I thought he was trying to get to the bowls to try and turn them through, but he did. Drew it through the bowls. Don't get much better than that. Don't forget, of course, you can watch all the live action throughout this game, the completion of this game, and one more round today on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. And scores will be on the Bowls New Zealand website, all the updates throughout the day, and of course Julie, the New Zealand manager, is updating as well on Facebook throughout the day.
Yeah, there are updates all around the place, and of course yesterday when we were unable to broadcast, there were updates on the Facebook page then, and tomorrow just keep your eye on the Facebook page because we'll see what happens. There will be broadcasting happening, but just keep your eye on that, and that's the best place to go for up-to-date results. And of course, every round the teams can change, so although we'd love to be able to tell you the full team list for the entire event, I'm unfortunately, I have a crystal ball, but I don't know how to use it.
No, we know sort of the team for a couple of games, but I think we just leave until they come out on the green, so to speak. But,
yeah.
But it's great that New Zealand management do keep us up to date with all these changes round by round, so we have a pretty good idea of what's going on.
As we get to the pointy end of this event, and these players are all firing on most of their cylinders. Tony Grantham on this long end, on his backhand, needs to make a correction.
Needs to correct by a metre on the backhand.
The height, mate. Run the trip.
We've just had something happen.
Something's happening here. Sarah's thrown something at me. I know. Good, well played here from Tony Grantham.
I don't even understand what happened.
And draws the shot on a number of...
Oh, it was a box of bowls, Kev. It's okay.
Sarah does well.
Tamara leaves us for 30 seconds, and the commentary room falls into chaos and confusion. As we see Nick just have a conversation. He said something about a bowl passed on his backhand.
Everything's in place again now.
On his backhand. Interesting.
Well, this is an interesting line.
Very
full
interesting.
Stop.
That was interesting, is all I have to say about that.
Well, that's actually good for New Zealand, really, because they ran into the short bowl of Tony Grantham, so it opens, a clear draw down to the head.
It was quite a proactive bowl, wasn't it? Really, it was. You're thinking with your third bowl of the lead. That's, I don't know, it was an interesting call from the Queenslanders there, as we see Tony Grantham on the backhand. If he's got the weight, he's got a chance of a result here. That's a good bowl.
Well, that's not in the county zone, but it's sitting in on the head as third shot, and that's absolutely fine, really. It was, and it was an interesting call, really, from Cohen Lifton to Nick Cahill with that third bowl. New Zealand leading 13-12 as we change over. And you're right, Alex, the sun is certainly doing its utmost to try and come out here at Club Musgrave.
So in Aussie, I suppose it's the same over the place. In New Zealand, if it rains enough to slow a green down, it gets slow. And then the sun comes out and it gets slower because all the water comes back up and
Correct.
tries to go out towards the sun. Will we expect to see the same thing on these greens?
It'll go back to its early morning pace because we're not... this is all technical stuff, but we're not dealing with a weed where the leaf changes depending on the moisture. This here we have moisture in the ground, and once the sun comes out, it dries that. It dries.
And the texture stays the same,
Correct,
doesn't it?
absolutely.
Yeah. So that's another challenge for the New Zealanders to work with because we're used to automatically, in New Zealand, like you said, Kev, all of our grass greens, they aren't grass, they're a different sort of water weed. So when it rains, we go, well, first of all, it's going to get a little bit quicker, and then it's going to slow down.
Correct.
And then it's going to slow down more when the sun comes out.
Correct.
Whereas when you go to Australia, the equation's slightly different, as we see Cohen here on the backhand.
That may make not quite well. Definitely one. Just the one to New Zealand. Another. Oh, Tony Grantham having a look to see whether it is two. Did get a. But it is just the one. And an important end here is we are just clocking those ends down to the completion of this 18 ends. We're playing end 15 of 18. How's this line from Andrew Kelly? Needs to hold a bit further.
He's very
Needs
close.
to hold. Needs to hold. Does it get much better with this guy?
Great ball.
And there it is. Front touch it. Got a touch up. Well, I'm sure he got a.
He might have been within a millimetre of a
I
jack.
thought he had a touch on it, but it doesn't matter. It's, and this is a big end for New Zealand, and of course, that's on the 2 metre mark, so we own the 2 metre mark. We've got the deepest bowl on the rink.
You just have to draw it, don't you, if you can't? That's all you've got, and it's his last bowl.
Well, he hasn't played a lot of bowls on this hand as well, Alex. He hasn't played a lot on the backhand. It's mainly been a forehand areas on the backhand. He'll make a liar of me. Well, looks to be wide all the way down to me.
Needs it to slow up.
Won't do so.
Didn't want to miss short.
This is a big 2 for New Zealand. This is a huge 2, perhaps 3 at this point of the game, Alex.
Yeah.
This is a smile on Andrew Kelly's face as
he's been running around. Did you know that? I saw him running the other day because our accommodation is, it's just all these people. They just run all day. It's all they do.
They do.
Just in a circle. I doubt they have time for work or anything else. They just go in circles. But Andrew Kelly joined them, ran. In the middle of a bowls tournament. He's fit enough to go for a run on the along Broadbeach. It's fair enough call. And Andrew Kelly here, if he makes it 3.
He's staying out on the wide side, which is good.
How's he away,
Hurry
Andrew?
is the call. Hurry is the call. It's not quite there.
That's
it's
okay.
2.
Twosies.
Tony Grantham very quickly pulls them out up 15-12 now. 15-12 to New Zealand in this all-important pairs match. It's New Zealand v Queensland, a combination of Tony Grantham and Andrew Kelly skipping up against the Queenslanders, the unbeaten Nick Cahill and Cohen Lifton. And remembering, of course, that the Queenslanders have won 3 from 3 in the pairs. New Zealand have won 2 from 3. Knowing what some of the other results that are going on around the place right now, this becomes, here's Andrew Kelly right now running towards you.
Yeah, just effortless. He glides over the ground, Kev.
So 16 of 18 gone, and Tony Grantham.
We just see a bowl and a jack sort of come into view from one of the corners of the green.
So Grantham draws jack level. New Zealand leading now 23-13. Ireland leading Australia. That's Gary Kelly, the Irishman, leading Aaron Wilson. Well, that's a big result in the context of this event. Oh, absolutely.
Of course.
That's at 16 gone, so there's only 2 to go there, Alex.
So to give some context to how the New Zealanders are going in, so remember we've already played our men's singles, men's fours, women's pairs and women's triples up to a finals or semi-finals. No, it's up to finals mark, isn't it?
We're up to finals.
And in that we have a New Zealand pair in the women's pairs final, the women's triples final, and the men's fours final. So that was a pretty good return as we see Tony Grantham here close. And these few days are for the section play for the men's pairs, men's triples, women's fours, women's singles. Men's pairs are sitting okay. Better if they win this game.
Oh, win this game's a big plus
we're sitting sort of 4th or 5th with a few games to go. So in this game, it's great for New Zealand and the men's pairs. And the women's fours, we're sitting 2nd equal. Both Australia, Yellow, and New Zealand have won 2 and lost 1, so that's very evenly poised, but looking good at this early stage. The men's triples, they won 1 game yesterday, lost 2. They need some results to go their way, but again, still plenty of games to go. They're in a chance, and the women's singles is in the same position. So,
well, the thing is that, like, we take those ones, the women's singles and the men's triples. Remember, if you get the doubles next to your name, other teams are beating other teams.
Oh, precisely. And you just need to finish top 4.
And it quickly opens up and changes around very quickly.
Yeah.
So this is moving day. Remember, there's only one another toucher here. Now here comes for Andrew Kelly.
Hit.
15-12. We're playing in 16 of 18. 2 down at the changeover.
3 the difference. Andrew Kelly cometh the hour. Look at that. The focus in his eyes as he makes his way back to the delivery mat.
To me, it's going to be interesting to see, Alex, what weight that Kelly elects to play, because I think he's now shown the maturity in this game that he doesn't have to be firing at 100 miles an hour. That, that...
Here we go. On the backhand, Andrew Kelly. Yes, lovely weight out of his hand.
And that's the weight that we're talking about.
This is going to be amazing if he connects. That was such a good effort. Because of the way those two bowls are set, Kev, those two beautiful touches of Nick's.
They'll peel out.
They will peel out, and your collision bowl will follow through. And probably go onto the jack. You know, they go out nice and as clean as you'd like. One way, one the other. Collision bowl follows through square. Trail the jack back, and that's the weight that Andrew Kelly played, was to trail the jack back there. He would have ended up with the front toucher.
Ideally, you'd want Cohen Lifton to sort of perhaps fatten the target up a wee bit.
I mean, if New Zealand watch us, if we could all just cross our fingers at this point. He's not going to fatten the target.
No, he'll endeavour to count, but on the other side of the head or in behind, that's exactly what he's done.
You watch this bowl. If Andrew Kelly keeps the same weight, we're going to end up with a front toucher here, New Zealand. Mark my words, Kev. If he goes heavier, it's not going to be a front toucher, but same weight, we can get a front toucher here.
That's good. What pace do we want to play this at?
Same weight.
Yeah, there we go. And Tony Grantham, well played. Well, it's well called, Tony. Your weight, he was
same
saying,
weight.
Yeah, weight was good. So you get that mindset. That's the weight you're going to play. You're going to play literally ditch weight, reaching through, trying to get down to the two bowls.
And front bowl, you get a front toucher. It's what's going to happen, folks. You watch it unfold in about 15 seconds' time. Andrew Kelly on the backhand. Need to get the front bowl square. He's on the tight side, so now we pray for luck.
Up big time.
Pray for luck. Well,
bad luck.
Yeah, it didn't go well. That didn't go well.
That's 3 down.
I think it was the right decision, though. I liked the way he played that with. It would have been, the bowls would have split off. He would have followed through, front toucher for New Zealand.
Just played inside the line.
Yeah.
But to me now, the opportunity is to play to the inside of the bowl. There's a double target there. And
how important is this? We're on the 16th end, Kev.
And Litvin knowing that the weight that's going to be played, I think it's a double split. Playing to the outside bowl of Nick Carhill's, get the inside of that.
Yeah, it's the one that sits at 2 o'clock, isn't it, to the jack?
Yeah, and that would automatically get you down to the jack. Now, you may not get the shot of it, may finish one down, but you can at least move the jack back.
Well, it's a situation where if we drop a 2 here, we beat New Zealand because, that's my bias showing, but if New Zealand drops
we've got New Zealand
Thank you.
tops on, haven't we?
If New Zealand drops a 2 here, we're quite happy. Well, we're not happy, but it's a better result, isn't it? Particularly considering Cohen's got a bowl left in the locker. So Andrew Kelly on the backhand. Another big bowl here from the man from Canterbury.
Gone a lot quicker.
Needs it to hold. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, we're in for an exciting finish, Kev.
Well, I thought out of the hand it looked pretty good, but swung away on that big weight. And we come back to what we said right early on in the commentary, Alex, if there's the one part of our game that we've got to more than likely just get a higher consistency with, it's more than likely in that area. We're looking now at possibly...
It's another practice makes perfect.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Because
absolutely.
On our greens, remember we're 17, 18 seconds. You just fire up the middle.
Oh, we might get a let off here.
Well, I think we have been. And we see Cohen, he's put his hand to his chin. He would have expected himself to draw a 4th shot every day of the week. And let's see if that comes back to haunt them at the end of the game. As we enter the penultimate end now, Kevin. What's the score? All square.
At 15 apiece as we go to end 17 of 18 here in the Multi-Nations Pairs. The match between the New Zealand Blackjacks of Tony Grantham and Andrew Kelly up against the Queensland combination, the unbeaten Nick Carhill and Cohen Litvin. Jack being delivered right down to the 2 metre mark on this the penultimate end. And we'll be bringing you the next round today. We'll be bringing you the men's Paris, Mark Noble skip side. We'll be bringing you that live action. And don't forget, go to the Bold New Zealand website and you will see all the results from this morning's round, the first round, and the updates on the ladder of where the New Zealand teams sit. Remember, the rest of the New Zealand side are all playing up at Club Helensvale. And Julie from and Bold New Zealand will be keeping up to date of all the actions throughout this moving day.
Yeah, it's a big day in the context of the event. 3 games played today. Every team that New Zealand has in the event in with a chance of finishing top 4. Some closer than others, but this game in particular, massive for the men's pairs. New Zealand, if they win it, puts themselves into good position, but we're 15-all here after 16 ends, and what a game of bowls it's been. What a game.
Well, the gate has been sort of left open a wee bit for Tony Grantham. In fact, yeah, there's a metre to draw now. They're still just on a metre to draw. The jack's been delivered down to the 2 metre mark. The first bowler, Tony Grantham's on the backhand, went by a metre.
And of course, like you said, we are hang around after this game, folks, because we'll broadcast around too the para men's pairs, and also from Broadbeach tomorrow and on Friday more broadcasters. Tony Grantham here. That's brilliant stuff from Tony Grantham. Well done.
Well, the good thing with that bowl as well, Alex, especially on that 2 metre mark, if you draw dead to that centre, the front of the jack dead on that centre line, it does minimise some of those other shot opportunities. Just makes them harder, as we see Cahill.
Just showing that was a sign of pressure there from Nick. We haven't seen that much from this Queenslander who's had such a good multi-nations.
There, you'll see the camera just standing behind there. The legend, the queen of Australian bowls, Karen Murphy, one of the Australian selectors. And gently now, doesn't get better than this.
Brilliant,
and a toucher.
And that's a toucher.
That's what
as
you
well.
want on the 17th end, and you're locked up 15 apiece. A back toucher.
Fantastic stuff. That's fantastic stuff there.
So Kelly and Grantham having a laugh down there. Good to see.
So we see there a shot of the green. Of course, lots of different bowls going on around the place today at Musgrave Hill. Club Musgrave, and Cohen on his forehand. We've seen some mighty bowls from this man. Is this another one here from Cohen? He's cleared the front. He's on to Tony Grantham's bowl and the jack at the same time. That was a good shot there from the Queensland skip, turning the head around in one bowl. What a game this has been.
Oh, that's an outstanding bowl. Outstanding bowl, Alex, because that was a back toucher of Tony Grantham, sitting right locked on the jack and moved it. I'd say at this point, looking at it from the angle we're at, it's Tony Grantham, the grey bowl. You'll see the New Zealand stick-up that I think is a shot bowl.
And we'll just double check on the scoreboard. I thought we were locked, but it may be one the difference. We'll just see if we can get an angle to the scoreboard. Might have looked different on the cameras as it did on the actual head. We'll just watch the rest of the scene regardless. Tony Grantham's bowl sitting there past the jack. Andrew Kelly hitting one.
He's drawn the shot for sure, has Kelly. And we'll check that board as Alex said. So Cohen Lifton with his second bowl of 3 here coming down. Has it got the weight? No, it hasn't.
Oh, he just about kicked it.
Here's an opportunity for New Zealand. Holding 2. I'm sure they're holding 2.
There we go. So it was the score 16-15 to Queensland. So it was one more than what we thought, Kev.
Another good bowl here from Kelly. Gets down to the jack line.
Good bowl. This is just
3.
unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I can quickly tell you while we just watch Cohen make his way back. Actually, no, I'm going to save it for after this end. I'll tell you some scores from around the greens after this end, because let's just focus on this. Cohen, this is such a big bowl, isn't it, Kev?
Oh, he's 3 down on this, the 17th end on the backhand, quickly into his work.
He looks on the tight side to me.
Oh, it's got weight, though, all the way down. Has it got a port and gets nothing? Doesn't want to get anything.
He was short anyway.
Definitely 2.
Big chance here.
Definitely 2 to New Zealand with a bowl left.
This game.
So again, I come back to Andrew Kelly again, right? He's played 2 bowls. Look at where they are. If we talk about that 85% effectiveness, Alex, that is sort of my mandate.
Yeah, no, he's been good, hasn't he? He's been good.
And remembering, of course, Cohen Lifton played his 3 bowls on this, the 17th end. Here's Kelly on the backhand.
Such an important bonus bowl. Remember, Queensland has missed a couple of bonus bowls earlier on in this game. They could be more than 1 up. That's brilliant stuff there from Potter. 1, 2, 3, 4 to New Zealand. 19-16. Going into the final end of this match. That is great stuff. What a time. What a time to score 4 points. And I can now tell you that Mark and Darren, the pair of men's peers, have lost their first game this morning, 20 points to 14. The women's fours team are 10-5 up after 11. The women's fours team is, of course, well, I'll tell you in a second what the women's fours team is by using the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. The women's fours team is Caitlin Inch, Val Smith, Claire Hendra and Leanne Paulson, and they lead 10-5 after 11. Terry Blackburn and Julie O'Connell, the pair of women's peers, just out here outside our window, 17-4 up after 12. Currently unbeaten, looking like they're going to stay unbeaten. So some good stuff here at Musgrave Hill. And of course this game, 19-16 to New Zealand on this, the final end.
You you might have seen that while you're doing that, as the viewers might have seen Tony Grantham just had to have a wee bit of a lesson there, because he was actually about to put the jack down about a metre away from the centre line. Then he realised, oh no, I'm not in front of the number. So back he came. Kelly, been outstanding. Andrew Kelly, been absolutely outstanding in this match, as he played absolutely some huge bowls. Remembering, he's the guy, when we were 6-0 down, we were looking at 9-0 down, and played that big bowl, which was the start for the New Zealand side. And now we go into the last end, leading 3 shots over the unbeaten Queensland side. Great, but we know it's far from over, because we know how good Nick Cahill is on the draw.
I mean, it would be unsurprising to me if it's a very stressful end to this game.
Oh, absolutely, because we know what these guys, these guys are capable of.
Not even a little bit. It's been great competition. The other game we broadcast with Queensland, brilliant bowls. All 8 players played really well. It was another one where Andrew Kelly played just incredible bowls on this rink. And Tony Grantham here needs it to run just that little bit. A loose start. This bowl here from Nick, very important. If he can,
metre short there is Grantham. So this second, you're right, Alex. This second bowl of Nick Cahill's.
It's the pressure, doesn't it? It starts dominoing through. New Zealand's defending the 3-point lead. Queensland chasing a 3-point trail. And Nick onto the jack here. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. They have a chance.
2-shot trail, 2 metres required in weight here from Tony Grantham on the forehand. 2 down, leading 19-16 is New Zealand against Queensland, the unbeaten Queensland combination. And the peers here at the Māori Nations. Get him past his own bowlers on the line. This is looking better. This bowl of Tony Grantham's. This
Brilliant.
is looking better. Second shot, and on the sitting and behind the head. Tony Grantham would be wiping the sweat off, I think, after that, because...
Take a deep breath, you're okay, Tony. And Nick now on the back end.
Remembering, of course, Queensland got a hunt for 3 shots to get the draw. And this is going to slip away under the head, going to miss the jack, just in fact.
That was clever weight to play that shot with.
They were always going to be searching to either get the bowl or jack, weren't they? So what weight now? What hand does Andrew Kelly play? What does he play?
Oh, that's interesting. The intriguing...
Oh, there's something...
What'd you see?
Mike Kernahan giving... Look!
Mike's smiling. My goodness gracious me.
And putting his arm around Tony Grantham.
What a day this is.
There we go.
Something you don't see every day, or every second day even. Andrew Kelly now with his first bowl. New Zealand, remember, chasing, well not chasing, they're defending a 3-point lead here. That's the final end.
I'd like to look back at this whole game, you know, the people that do the scoring or the coding thing of how many conversions that Andrew Kelly has got about in this game. You know, you always look to get a certain number, but oh, here he comes again.
Potter.
Here he comes again. Here he comes again.
Just
front toucher. Talk about effectiveness and conversions, Alex.
I have run out of superlatives to use. I'd have nothing left. And I got nothing left. Interesting here. So Nick there just indicating that if you go through Andrew Kelly's first bowl, it could squeeze the jack over towards the 2 Queensland bowls.
Yeah, it depends which weight you play, though, isn't it? It's got to hold up all the way down, doesn't it?
You're sort of, I suppose, I mean, you're forced into these desperate straights, aren't you? It has to be
playing with a lot of
perfect.
weight really here is Litvin trying to get that result.
Let's just watch carefully so we can see Andrew Kelly's bowl. That's a good shot. That's opened the back of the head up.
Well, it's removed the Tony Grantham bowl. And Andrew Kelly now can just, well, with confidence, I think, can get down there and get amongst the multicolours and the blues. That's because you can get the 3 by getting to the shot bowl and getting the jack back there. So anything of width from Andrew Kelly that's in amongst those line of 3 bowls.
It was a good shot from Cohen, wasn't it, really? Because you have opened that. There's now a scoring area. There's a place where the jack, if you picked it up and placed it there, you could get a 3 for Queensland.
So, Andrew Kelly, New Zealand skip in this pairs with New Zealand leading 19-16, trying to get to the other side of the head, really.
Keep running, Andrew. This is close to brilliant.
He'll run through. Just stop now. He wanted to sit on the blue bowl it's really what his target was.
And so now we see another key bowl here from Cohen. What do you think he's doing? Just looking.
Well, I'm just looking. I don't know whether the blue bowl at the back versus that bowl to the side. See the Tony Grantham bowl out to the side?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced, really, because there's a chance as well you're going to get one of your bowls as well, Alex.
Yeah, it's almost... What happens if you just rocket a couple of rolls? Just try and spring the jack a little from the shot bowl.
We'll know in a minute. Here's Cohen Lifton trying to play down.
He's very close.
To the shot bowl.
He's close here, Cohen. He's close here. He rocked it and nothing moved.
Well, he did move that Tony Grantham bowl over there, which clearly now means that the blue bowl is in fact the 3rd shot or 4th shot. New Zealand holding 1. The 2 bowls, the Nick Cahill bowl sitting out to the side, a shot 2 and 3, and I think the blue bowl in behind now is shot 4. New Zealand leading 19-16. Cohen Litfin, 1 bowl left. Andrew Kelly, the New Zealand skip, who's been quite outstanding in this match, back onto the mat, and will be endeavouring to get down and amongst those Australian bowls.
On his forehand side, Andrew Kelly. And we're down, like you said, Kev, to the last bowl each of the skips. New Zealand leading by 3.
Looks to be going pretty quick on the way down to me.
Well,
it's now.
You know, if Cohen can get a 3 here, I think that's probably about right. You have to play such a good bowl. So that's what Nick's saying. You need almost 2 rolls on Andrew Kelly's bowl.
All I'm saying, Alex, is that's exactly what we spoke about. He's concerned is Cohen Lifton that if he gets that, he's also going to get the touches sitting out to the side of the multicoloured Nick Cahill bowl.
Oh, if you hit it too hard, your collision bowl is going to remove it. I wonder if there's any merit to just going 3 rolls on Andrew Kelly's bowl. The jack will spring pretty quickly. Goes back in that direction. Well, maybe that's how you can sit for a 3.
We know one thing, he's not going to be short.
It'd be very surprising if he was short. I don't know. There's a touch.
Well, I think Cohen Lifton now, his biggest dilemma that he's got is what weight do I play?
Well, weight is key, isn't it? Because you're achieving different things.
Well, I'm looking out the window here now, and it's right out, literally out in front of us. And look, I question whether, looking at where that Tony Grantham bowl is, it might be more favourable than New Zealand than we actually thought. No, it would be.
I think, well, regardless, Cohen's going to need 2 or 3 bowls. This is a perfect bowl he has to play. He'll find a spot to hit the front stuff, but it's going to need to be absolutely perfect. And if he can get a 3 out of this, he deserves it.
We'll know in about 15 seconds.
Good bowl.
Here he is on the mat. The Queenslander, Cohen Lifton, trying to get down to the New Zealand bowl, playing with a lot of weight, going to get timbered on the front. New Zealand hold the 1 shot. They hold the victory. They get the victory. They've just defeated the unbeaten Queenslanders by 21-16. Alex, what do you say about Andrew Kelly?
I don't know what there is else left to say, Kev. That was exhausting. That's a section play game we've just watched. The standard of play from all 4 players was unbelievable. Well, it felt like we were watching something in post-section.
Well, when you consider that we were 6-0 down and we were 1 bowl away from being 9-0 down.
That is the bowl.
Right.
That's the bowl that made the difference.
And Andrew Kelly played that bowl, and we went on that scoring spree from there. And look, I'll say this right now. Andrew Kelly dominated the Australians.
Yeah, well, he just played brilliant. He played brilliant in that. I mean, it's just a great game to watch. So I suppose on that note, Kev, for those watching, thank you for tuning in. Hang around, watch it, and I don't know, when are we coming back? At some point. 12. Coming back at 12 o'clock to watch the men's para pairs match, so hang around for that. You've got time. An hour's time to go have a cup of tea, something to eat for breakfast. But in the meantime, I encourage you sit back, relax, and watch some highlights from that incredible game between New Zealand and Queensland.
Clean under the bowl to the
What a
jack.
bowl!
Well played.
What a bowl!
1, 2, 3, 4.
What a good as well. Whoa, good little feather. Good little feather, Nick.
Is it going to get the jack? Yes,
Great
it does.
bowl.
Again, Kelly. Fantastic ball from the New Zealander and front toucher.
Great.
Be
Careful with your weight. Careful, careful. Brilliant. Genius.
Superbly,
Look at
Kelly.
this.
Watch this. Pushes it out to the side. Comes again, Kelly. Here he comes again.
Time in a while, chasing this bowl on, going left and looking to make it too.
This is well played. Here, he's close. Hold.
He's got it.
He's got the ball. What?
And
Two
it's
shot
set.
is looking good. This is looking good. How's that?
I have been.
Is he going to go through, trying to sit on the Kelly bowl? And
What
does
a
so
bowl!
for shot.
What a bowl!
What a hit. With big weight, trying to get through to the bowl.
Close.
Gets the jack. And
This
then
bowl.
how's this coming from Kelly? Don't touch anything. There it is. Needs
close.
to hold. Needs to hold. Does it get much better with this guy?
Great bowl.
And there it is.
From the man from Canterbury.
Gone a lot quicker.
Needs it to hold. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, there's a couple of bonus bowls earlier on in this game. It could be more than one up. That's brilliant stuff there from Potter. 1, 2.
The New Zealand bowl playing with a lot of weight, going to get rid of the unbeaten Queenslanders by 21 to 16. Alex, what do you say about Andrew Kelly?
I don't know what.
sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time's hard to left, but I've had enough.
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations Tournament, broadcasting live from Club Musgrave. And you can see there the rain. I'd say it's not quite over the hill, but there's less rain than there was in the first game. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined again in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, talk us through who we're watching today.
So we're watching the New Zealand men's paraside. That's the combination of Darren Woolen at the Waikiri Club in Dunedin and Mark Noble of the Manawatu, and they're up against the South African combination of Gareth Rees-Gibbs, the skip, and Dion van der Vyver, who is the lead of the South African side, and they'll be playing the 18 ends. And by goodness, Alex, we treated this morning to a spectacle in the Andrew Kelly match. That was Andrew Kelly up against Cohen Lifton. The Queenslands, of course, were unbeaten going into that match, and we certainly saw a display from Andrew Kelly that
unbelievable, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I put that in the box of pleasure to watch exhibitions.
Oh, it just didn't seem to miss. So the first couple of ends were forgettable for New Zealanders. We were 6-0 down, and then it's like someone just flicked a switch. And if we go back to this game, so to explain how the para pairs work.
This is what I wanted to know.
I've got it. So the way this game, this event is, they have a first and second playoff, and then a playoff for the bronze medal. So the two teams here, the South African team and the New Zealand team, they cannot finish first or second in the section, but they also are very unlikely to finish underneath the fourth position. So this is essentially a preview of the bronze medal match that we're going to see on Friday.
I think it's fair to say, Alex, if Mark Noble, a very experienced skip, of course, our New Zealand skip, he's a very experienced player, and Mark Noble will certainly be looking for a good result, because they have struggled a wee bit throughout. Darren, of course, on debut in this particular this particular event, so I'll be looking for a good display and trying to get back on a winning note and put them in strong contention going into the semi-four, their playoff for third and fourth. And we've had rain here this morning at Club Musgrave. Rain's gone away now, but what it did do, Alex, in talking to the players after the Peers game this morning, the green in the latter stages from about EN14 onwards slowed down by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it was quite dramatic and a very quick slowing down. Although, of course, as we spoke about in the previous game, the benefit of the green being a grass green and not a weed-based one, like you said, Kevin, is that as long as the rain stays away, we should hopefully see the green not continue to slow down. No,
if this rain stays away now, and with play and traffic on it, etc., throughout, we'll get another second and a half, possibly, of speed. But Tony Grantham speaking to me afterwards. But by goodness,
what a
start here from the South African combination. Gareth Rees-Gibbs draws a touch-up.
Pretty impressive start there from the South African lead, and Darren on his back end side, of course, won both the para bowls New Zealand national singles, and then the para section, the open disability section of the Somerset national singles. So forced his way into this team with those fine performances.
Mark Noble will be happy with that bowl of Darren's. It's in behind the head, and there's Kevin Smith, who is our third commentator, really, Alex, isn't he? He's sitting there.
And he's been sun smart and protecting his knee with his bucket hat there, I see.
Well,
Kevin
he's
Smith.
certainly, in the game we did the other day, the girls' pairs, he was certainly a great indicator for us to know who had the shot, that's for sure. And another good bowl here from Rees-Gibbs. And we'll get through the port and sit around because of a back bowl. Three good opening bowls from the South African lead. And Darren Woolen now from the Waikiri Club on his forehand, on his backhand, trying to get down to the jack underneath it. As the skips change over here, I just want to pass condolences to back in New Zealand to all those at the Nine Club with the sad passing of the great George Benvenuti. George was an icon of the Nine Club, an icon in Wellington bowls, won in fact over 20 centre titles in Wellington, was one of the advocates and stalwarts and great workers, was the plumber to do with the new complex at Nainai. Tremendous worker for the club, and such a well-respected and well-liked man in the Wellington Bowls fraternity. And sadly, in the last couple of days, George has passed away. So on behalf of all of us in the bowling fraternity, our condolences to the Benvenuti family and to those at the Nainai Club, where he was so admired over so many years.
Yeah, I second that. Of course, he's, if you look at the shockwaves that have sort of rippled across both the indoor and outdoor bowling communities, because he was active and very successful in both. A New Zealand player for indoor. I think indicative of the sort of man he was, and it's nice to have mentioned that, Kevin. Thank you for bringing it up.
Here is Mark Noble, the long-standing New Zealand para player out of the Manawatu. He's 3 down on the head on this, the first end. Darren Woolen just needs that weight, had a perfect line to get up to the... So the green's more than likely, Alex, at about 14 seconds. That's about like Tony Grantham went at great lengths to explain to me how it
they're not quick.
It just closed up, and of course we've literally got no sunshine, so we're not going to see it really quicken up. So
one of the positives, I suppose, for the New Zealand para team here, and I know we're steering down the barrel of 3 down, but Mark Noble's had a lot of experience on slower greens. He's
absolutely
one of the original para jacks. This is his 60th game for the Blackjacks. Mark Noble on his backhand.
Noble on the backhand. He's close here is the New Zealand skip.
How good is that?
How good that draws to
and it sits down.
And sits down.
And it sits down, Kev.
Goes now.
There we are. Good shot there from Mark Noble.
And talking about those sorts of things, I believe today Taylor Bruce will play her 100th game for New Zealand today.
Yes, she will. She will play her 100th game for New Zealand today. Another amazing milestone.
Milestone to get to that 100. We'll get to one as a milestone on its
Tell
own.
you what, it's not going to be her only 100 either.
Van der Veen looking to, push the bowl, the jack, well played, push the bowl out to the side. Mark Noble looking, is it the shot to the Darren Woolen bowl, or that is the Gareth Rees Gibbs bowl? We'll see in but a moment.
Mark will just decide how he wants to get another bowl there. Forehand looks more open.
Certainly does.
But he's already played a good bowl on the backhand, so that's he's opting for the forehand side here, I think.
Well, there's just no clutter in front of the head there, Alex, is there really? And if not sure if you're 1 down or not. And he can sit on the bowl. Can Noble.
Just sort of taking his time. Notice he stepped forward with his right leg, does Mark Noble, and his delivery perfectly legal. If you look, he's got a foot on or over the mat at all times.
So playing down to the jack line. He's close here again as Noble. If he gets the weight to sit on the front bowl, will he do so? Needs to fall in, not out. And if I hear rightly, a pretty quick indication of one to South Africa. That is one. As we see Dean van der Wever take the mat with the assistance of the Club Musgrave assistant. They do a wonderful job helping out the para players as some of their requirements. Now notice this particular chair the other day, Alex, when we commentated the Australian women's.
That's right.
And the lady, she had those like rollers.
Yeah.
On her chair, and this is more the conventional chair, which Gareth Rees Gibbs has got, and having an assistant with him to transport.
But you still can see the wideness of the wheels there. So they're all
absolutely.
Chairs, they have to meet a minimum requirement for weight distribution.
Well,
so that they don't.
You can see here where Rees Gibbs holding his other arm firmly onto the tyre, and the chair actually lifts.
Yeah, he's playing well. It's just in awe of these players, all of the para players.
So literally there, what we saw from Rees Gibbs, whereas the able-bodied players, but using their leg to get their momentum. He in fact uses his arm and push off the chair to get his weight.
And particularly these, the South African ones, and they'll play on the South African greens. It is staggering that they are able to consistently get the speed off just an arm movement, as we see Darren Willand here popping the jack back.
It's a touch on the jack.
He's
the
left
side
it,
of the jack.
He left it behind, but it is a toucher. So Mark Noble using a bit of a spray there. Two little bits.
Now, look, this is where I take my hat off to these players. Yeah, Matt's back. Jack's been moved off the 2 metre mark, and you've got one arm, just using one arm literally to get your weight down to the centre line. And another good bowl from Gareth Rees-Gibbs.
We see Darren Mullins now. I think he's called Papa Smurf as a nickname. I'm pretty sure he is. I think that's his nickname from his club, Wakaari Club in Dunedin.
Now, for all you people watching now, don't forget, of course, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, I'm amazed of all the commentary that we've given. I had someone ask me at lunchtime where they could find the results, which I... So if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, for those people back in NZ, go to the Bowls New Zealand website, just go to the Multi-Nations site there, and you'll see all of the results, round by round, of all of the New Zealand disciplines that are playing. Remembering, of course, we've got some of our team playing here at Club Musgrave, and the rest of the team is at Helensvale. So
that's right.
You go to the website, all the results are there, the tables are there, you know where the New Zealand sides sit on the table as we go into this second round of today.
Yeah, the Bowls Australia is using Bowls Link, which is their version of Bowls Hub, the same software that runs our Bowls New Zealand national event. So there's a table at the bottom of that web page that has everything you need. Darren Willand here looking to get down onto that bowl. Not the end of the world unless there's plenty of room, Kev.
Oh, there's, and your jack's right down to the 2 metre mark. Look at Gary Kelly standing under the umbrella.
How's that for some forced perspective? That's brilliant. I'm afraid that if it rained, it wouldn't make any difference, though, Kev.
Just the way the cameras work, and
oh dear, that's brilliant.
So so the Australian and the Irish team, they haven't got umbrellas out on the green because it's not raining at present.
Very good. So yes, our results on the table at the bottom of the web page, and the fastest place also to find sort of results during games as opposed to at the end of them. If you just pop to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, there's updates and the comments on posts there. But it's hard not to find results. If in doubt, just Google Multi-Nations Bowl. Something will pop up. There's results everywhere. All the nations are giving them.
And they are. And I have been assured by our New Zealand manager, great bowl here.
Very good shot.
South Africans right behind the jack from Dion van der Vyver, that there will be throughout the afternoon. The New Zealand manager will be putting up some Facebook updates from around both Helensvale and here.
That's your best place to go to for results during the games for sure, is onto the Facebook page.
Very busy lady running around the various screens.
Oh, does a magnificent job. Able to wrangle a group like herding Brown's cows, but she gets there and does a wonderful job, Julie Blake. And look at this here from the South African on the backhand. Playing well, these two, aren't they?
Absolutely. One would think early on in this match they've certainly, I'm surprised at where the results sit on the chart, because they've certainly, both of these players, both Gareth and Dion, certainly been very, very impressive on the draw. Now Mark Noble here. Mark Noble trying to get down to just fall short. One down.
Yeah, the key point to remember here watching this game is that essentially it is a preview. So these two teams are extremely likely to play each other in a bronze medal playoff. The way the para event works is that there is a gold medal playoff for first and second, and a bronze medal playoff for third and fourth. Is just the way it sits. So these two will play off for a bronze medal in 2 days' time.
So how close then do our ladies look?
They're in the gold medal playoff.
They're in the gold medal
Yep.
playoff.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to be a wee bit biased here. And that to me is if I take Terry as an example, what an amazing story that is now.
Yeah.
First year now playing in the Paras, one of New Zealand's great indoor bowlers, now back playing playing outdoor, which she played earlier in her, prior to as a teenager. Now she's here in her first international event here at the Multi-Nations and through to the final. I know yourself, Alex, personally, you'd be very proud of what you're seeing with Terry.
Yeah, very much so. It's exciting to watch, and long may it continue. Now, is Mark going to have a nibble at this? Is that what that conversation was about?
Well, he's not frightened to do so. He's he's quite an attacking player.
I haven't seen Mark be short often, I'll be honest.
No, he's... And playing down on that ditch line. How long is it going to hold up? Needs to be under to get a slide. Gets a shunt onto...
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, turned one of the other bowls in, which...
I mean, it's unbelievable that he's managed to pummel that in for at least a second shot. It may even be 3 there.
Could be 3, actually. I'm just looking at the line of those bowls. Well,
that's unlucky there from Mark Noble.
Well, he was a bowl away from getting reduction to 1 down.
It should have been one. Yeah, 1 down was fine. It's just staggering, really. We just wait for confirmation on whether that was 3. Although I feel like it was just 3.
It was 3.
Yeah.
We heard it there through the mics. We heard it 3 down. And Alex, I've got to compliment you on all the research work you've done relative to Club Musgrave and all the feedback you've had about the trees.
The trees, yeah, the trees. It's good to know about the trees. Apparently, and I mean, I expected you to know this, Kev, because you're a well-known Taranaki person. But apparently, they grow really well there. The Tibo China, or Tibo. Oh, goodness knows, they're a purple flower.
They must
There's a
grow.
lot of them.
They must grow up the mountain somewhere. Cause
Faye Hopkins said that
Faye Hopkins, well, she's a well-known Taranaki lady.
She
would
them
know.
in her own garden.
Yeah, I'd say she would. Yeah, but if Faye Hopkins has said that, that's correct.
And here we have Darren Wooland on his backhand left-hander. As the rain, I hooted it, didn't I? I said the rain had stopped, and we can just see just a drizzle starting here. There are thunderstorms due at about 1:30.
That's around that. That was the time frame, approximately. Yes.
I've asked the weather gods very nicely to delay that, and I think we'll be okay. Depending on how that goes, I'm not sure if they'll listen.
And for the people in the Hawke's Bay, I had the pleasure at lunchtime of spending some time with Dean Drummond.
Yes.
And Dean was telling me that how much he's enjoying his bowls experience here at Club Musgrave, and he's lining up shortly in the Queensland Championships with Gary Mounsey and Roger Stevens from Dunedin, and another player from here, and he's won the club peers here at Musgrave. So he's working here in the lounge and the bar area. So for you Hawke's Bay people, Dean, of course, real top class young fella, is settled in well here at Club Musgrave and playing top bowls.
So we see the South African on the forehand side, looking to clear the front bowl of Darren Woolands.
Going to.
He's very close here, Kev.
Well, that shows how much that green has actually
slowed down
because that was on the arc down to that centre line, and just that last 6 feet just died completely.
Just pulled up, and Darren Woolands now with some work to do. There's a bit of room there.
There is room on that backhand side.
Needs to clear if he clears the front.
Clears the front, he'll go close to getting shot.
Very close.
And we'll do so here. You'll see it just stop now, just go glunk.
Beautiful bowl there from Darren Wooland.
And also having the pleasure at lunchtime of spending some time with Mike Kernahan, the what we'll call New Zealand coach. Is that his best role? Is that the best? I'll say that.
Yeah, he is the head coach, yeah.
how he is very impressed really with the how things are going with our New Zealand side, well, the men, our new New Zealand side, and the women continuing on, and some 2 new players in the side, and just talking to Mike at lunchtime. And that's good because it makes it all for an interesting selection.
Oh, good luck to them.
So it was good to hear Mike being very sort of positive about these the team to date, as we see.
Oh, great effort from the South African, but Darren Mullen's bowl holding on to the jack.
Well, and
it wasn't going anywhere, was it?
No, well, that's the other thing. Alex, the speed of the green now, it's difficult to remove. You've got to have a lot of weight to to remove bowls. So
Mark Noble not mucking around. He's got the right line.
Just wants another yard really on that weight.
Okay, one to correct from, particularly at the scene of the South Africans. Look like they're switching to the
Well,
backhand side.
there's a user out there on the backhand as well. Alex, if you can come under that bowl, the bowl of Van der Viva.
He's close here. He's very close. Outside half of that bowl.
Yeah, well, that's
just about.
So you can see there how, with the speed of the screen now, using bowls is a very good, it's a good game tactic that instead of trying to dead draw to the shot area, so to speak, but doing that all the time, playing through the bowls. And up on the top green, of course, our New Zealand men's peers will be playing.
I see Sheldon Bagley-Howley out there.
Game 2, Sheldon Bagley-Howley.
And Tony Grantham. So Potter, Andrew Kelly having a game off, and fair enough too after the first effort.
And they, Alex, are playing South Africa.
Yes. Oh, the South African lead just asking.
Well, it's that inside runner that you can play, with this speed of green right now, Alex. You can play to that inside, get that chip on the inside.
He's very close.
And this is exactly
He's
what
very
we're talking
close.
about. And
what a shot! What a bowl!
We still hold shot, but that's just about using bowls to get to.
We've still got one.
We've got one, and Dion van der Viva sort of in one of the areas applauding with a big smile because that was a wonderful and well called by Dion on that, playing that inside to the bowl.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, I say. As we see Mark Noble on the forehand side here, looking to add a second. Won't be trying super duper hard here. Just focusing on getting the arc right, isn't it?
That's
make sure
really,
you just sort of.
And you notice that, that's, well, it's 2 metres through, but it doesn't matter. Push New Zealand on the board. 4-1 now to South Africa. As we play, it's the completion of 3 ends of 15.
Just kicking the bowls back. See the rain.
Big thank you to these, what would we call them, match assistants, we would call them, with the
from Club Musgrave.
The local club members who are doing their bit today, helping out, and they do a wonderful job, as they have in all the venues that we've been to where our paras are lining up. They do a great job. So New Zealand going to the very much the shorter length. Darren Woolen.
And of course, just a quick explanation in layman's terms, I suppose, as to what we mean by parabola. They're all classified from B5 through to B8, and it's based on a variety of different aspects, but it's mainly to do with things like balance, grip strength, whether you can extend your arm out, how much your joints move, etc., etc. And it's a pretty comprehensive grading process that they go through. All these players have been through to get classified, and certainly I know for some of the parabolas you can see what their challenges are, but other ones like Darren and Terry Blackburn have more invisible disabilities on the sort of autoimmune disease stuff, but if you ask them to put their hand out straight in front of you, they can't.
That's correct. Another great bowl by Dion van der Viva. He's been very consistent, the South African lead. Alex, he's been outstanding.
He hasn't missed much this game so far. Very impressive. Interesting, we've got a shorter end here. That'll be a New Zealand plan.
It's a good opening bowl from Darren. And just going to finish Jack low. But for a player like Mark Noble, personally, this sort of speed, one would think, is right up his...
Oh, he'll feel quite, it's quite safe. It's easy to do, as you say, the chop and lie bowls. You can sit through stuff.
Mark Noble's a very proficient player at playing that sort of weighted... he's very, very good at playing through the head. Always has been.
Yeah. And clever when it comes to using bowls as well. If we see any plants set up, Mark will have a look at them. If there's bowls that are lower the head, as you said, Kev, to push through or wick off, Mark will have a look at that. It's just about maximising how effective your bowl can be. And Darren will be called to play with more weight rather than less here. He's left-handed, so he's on his forehand side. And if he finishes 2 metres past the head, that's fine here for Darren.
Well, the good thing is that he's going to give, that 2 metres or metre and a half behind the head is all good, really.
And he's on his forehand side. As long as he's passed, he's good.
Well, just how far it's going to kick back, certainly. Look,
surely it's going to turn
well,
soon.
he'll get his own, fine. And
Well played, bowl.
don't
Lock it in, don't lock it in. Don't sit down. Oh, you...
Well, Mark Noble.
What are the chances of that?
Mark Noble with a wry smile there. Absolutely correct, Alex. Just...
it's unlucky, really. So Mark was asking for a bowl past the head. If Darren had replaced that shot bowl, the red bowl of South Africa's, that's good. But what Mark needed was there to be a space between the shot bowl and everything else. So
just sort of, yeah.
So unlucky to somehow, I don't know how he managed to lock that bowl on there. See the South African lead.
Been very impressive has Dion van der Wever.
On his backhand side. Hasn't missed much in this game yet. It's not really looking like he's going to. This will suit the South Africans, this green speed.
Oh, the speed's right. Suit you 100%. Alex, this is certainly right up there. This is suit them right down to the ground.
Well, Mark may as well be positive here anyway. Even if you end up... a little smile. Even if you end up cannoning the New Zealand bowl out with your first one, it's no worries really, is it?
No, it's not. So Andrew Kelly just giving me the... there we go. Andrew Kelly, who's not playing in this particular game, it appears you just go... It is 8-0 to New Zealand versus South... 5-3, sorry, to New Zealand v South Africa as we watch this bowl of Nobles.
He's
just
got
trying
it.
to
He's
get
got
down
it. He's
to
got it.
Jack gets
Great
it clean.
bowl.
Well played. Just played that reaching weight through the port. So that's the New Zealand Peers combination of Tony Grantham and Sheldon Bagley-Halley. They're playing on the top green here at Club Musgrave. And that's a very important match for them now, Alex's second round game today for the New Zealand Peers combination, and it just put them really into... Oh, great bowl here from the South African skip, Gareth Rees-Gibbs. Has it got there for shot? I think it has. I think one win now from the New Zealand Peers combination, Alex, would just about guarantee them, wouldn't it, into playoff contention on Friday?
Yeah, I think essentially, yeah, it would. Which would be good news, Kev. Be happy with that.
So, Noble looking for the bowl. Playing with weight to get down to the bowl or the jack, and
Little
just goes
snick.
by.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, yeah, the body language tells you all as Mark Noble comes by, but you can see the weight that he's trying to play to get that result. Alan Faulkner sitting there, former English player, of course, one of the best going around for England, now living in Australia, and is the lady behind the para program here for Bowls Australia.
This is another good bowl here. Brilliant skipping here from the South African, and Mark Noble's not going to have to look at that twice.
No, he
on
won't.
The forehand, through the split, bowls or jack, happy days.
I know two magnificent bowls though from Gareth Rees-Gibbs, his South African skip. Look, he's drawn within inches, hasn't he, with his first 2 bowls?
Yeah, and Mark Noble acknowledged that there, I think, on the crossover, said good bowl.
Well, especially when you consider, Alex, that Jack's been moved off the centre line.
Yeah, with that brilliant first bowl of
Yeah.
Mark Noble's. Yeah, it's a great bowling there from the South African, and I think Mark, it'll be interesting to see what weight he picks, but for sure he's through the head here. Maybe
Well,
even stay on his back end if he's going big weight.
It's Jack or reduction.
Backend's fine. He's half a chance here, Mark Noble. He's half a chance here, Mark Noble. He's got
Look at
it.
this.
He's got it.
And the Jack.
What
well
a bowl.
Played, well played from Mark Noble. Played through. And a couple of shots for New Zealand. Jack out by the side peg.
Brilliant. You hear Kevin Smith in the background saying, well done, brother, 3 good bowls.
Yeah, it was just got that line of weight absolutely perfect. But we saw with the first 2 bowls of Gareth Rees-Gibbs, his drawing prowess is...
I mean, what an unbelievable standard we're seeing here. I feel like we've just gone from one amazing game to another, Kev. We've had 5 effective bowls from the Skips, and there's 1 to come from the South African. Wouldn't surprise me if he draws the shot here.
Oh, not at all. No, not at all.
I'd be disappointed as a New Zealander, but it wouldn't surprise me.
On
So
the
well they're
forehand, there's Gareth Rees-Gibbs, the South African skip. Might be on the wide side. It may be on the wide side. Just a bit of how far it comes back. It's just out of our view.
Did he do it?
So, umpire straight away, is it? I think.
It wasn't in.
Oh, it was outside the screen.
Yeah.
It was outside the line.
There was excitement there. That were.
Well, 4-3 now. That 2 to New Zealand, yeah. Well, that's good. They automatically conceded that it was outside the peg, and
Yeah, you could see it. I think it probably more clear from where they were to where we were. Disappointing for the South African because his weight was perfect.
absolutely,
It was the shot of rank markers were the thing, wasn't it?
it was scoring weight, wasn't it?
I think there was just some concern in the New Zealand camp that Darren Willand was going to move the South African bowl out of the way for them.
Oh, right.
I think that was the concern. But Darren was just having a look for himself. He wasn't going to be touching anything. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering.
So Jack's been delivered. New Zealand favouring that shorter length Jack as we play in 5 of 15. Remembering with our paras, the able-bodied pairs is 18, and whereas with the paras it is 15, and obviously because of some of their, just not disability, but just the way things are for them, that they play 2 games a day, the others play 3.
Yeah.
And like yesterday, Alex, as a case in point, that would have been like 2 games to some of the paras. That would have felt like about 4 games, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's just an acknowledgement, I think. You know,
and a rightful acknowledgement that.
Yeah. And again, it's the best quality games as well. You know, it's be unfair to ask these athletes to play.
Here he goes
3
again.
games in a
This
day.
is
God, he's on
outstanding.
fire.
Dion van der Wever. He just draws a toucher right on the centre line. 4-3 South Africa lead as we play in 5 of 15.
A good game. Darren on his backhand side.
Trying to get down close. And if he misses needed to miss his own bowl, ideally. So when we get to the World Bowls in late August, September, Alex, with the paras, is it the same? Is it pairs, singles? Is it both? Are they playing multi-disciplines or
I
just?
think so. It's a very good question, actually. I don't have an answer off the top of my head for you, Kev. I know there was a conversation about having a mixed event as well for the paras, but certainly it will be included.
Absolutely
Look at this from the South African.
outstanding from Gareth Rees-Gibbs.
That's as good a leading as you're going to see. That's unbelievable stuff. And
No.
Darren here,
That's as good as what we saw this morning from Nick Cahill.
oh, just great stuff. I mean, you just can't. That is as good as it gets. And Darren has been asked to clear the front. If you get a good result, you get a good result at the very least. You're removing your own bowl. On his forehand side, needs to clear the front around that one. Hit that one. Good bowl.
Oh, that's fine. That's very good. That's very good. That opens that line up to the jack for Mark Noble, and that's like, look at him, he's smiling. That's like a quarter pounder and cheese and chips. You know?
May as well put flashing lights on it for Mark Noble.
He'll be playing down there with reaching weight through the shot bowl into the jack.
They ran up the drain pipe system.
You watch the strength of Dion van der Viva with his delivery. You know, he really lifts the chair up, so to speak, just with his own strength of getting that weight.
So Mark Noble, first bowl again, very important here. Be interesting to see what weight he opts to play this with.
Well, he can't lose his bowl, can't. So Kevin Smith there, giving the instructions, the encouragement to his skip. It's Kevin Smith out of Canterbury. Stutters bowls at Leith and Dunedin. Does a wonderful job with both the blind and paras. Here is Noble on the search.
If he clears the front, he's got it.
And is he going to get the front clean?
Beautiful effort.
Well, the good thing is, and that's on these greens, not to lose your bowl, Alex, to be in and around, so to speak. It just so important.
Yeah, he played it with a lovely weight, like you said, and he's been playing those shots with very nice weight this entire game. You know, not overplaying them.
You got it, just to give you an idea. If you're talking about, you know, let's say New Zealand greens versus what we're playing on here. You know, if you play that sort of weight in New Zealand, you'd have been, you'd have been miles in the ditch, so to speak. It's just that's the difference of the speed of these greens.
It's so hard to explain to domestic bowlers what it feels like to try and play these shots. And Mark Noble here doesn't need to make much of a correction.
No, he doesn't.
On the backhand.
Oh, he's gone a lot wider here. So is he trying to play to the back?
It's more
and backs himself. No, he didn't.
I feel like that slipped actually.
No, you hear the call there. A trail would be very good. Was the call to Gareth Rees-Gibbs, as it would turn the jack around the corner for the South African side. And look at that.
How good is that? How good is this bowling here from the South African pair? They've put 3 bowls within 4 inches of the jack. I've got very few words left to say about it, really.
It's absolutely outstanding. Superb play from both the South African lead and skip.
The issue being New Zealand does not have a bowl on the 2 metre mark.
No, they certainly don't.
You could hit this and then open yourself up to dropping.
Well, you play a reduction shot and you get the jack clean. There's a chance you're going to go with it.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of the forehand because your collision bowl is there for always following.
Well, that's exactly
through.
And that's what they're looking at now, Alex, as you rightly said. If it gets to the inside of the blue bowl, that will come onto the jack.
Yeah, you just guarantee your collision bowl going to 6 o'clock. Whereas if you play it on the backhand, your collision bowl could get bogged. It could stay where that group of bowls is. The jack could pop back and suddenly you could be steering down the barrel of 3 or 4 down.
So, conversation here with Kevin Smith. I agree with Alex that I think that shot down through. Because the other things you can play the other hand and lose your own bowl completely on the backhand.
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, I think if Mark hits it, the forehand makes more sense because your collision bowl's coming through. You almost look at Darren's bowl. You see that blue bowl that sits to the right. If he aims for that and comes underneath it, you're happy days. Just listen. Inside, he gets all 3 by hold too.
It's so right, exactly what you said, Alex. Bit of a laugh between the manager of the Parrot, Kevin Smith, who
You can do it.
he's, he brings his own show.
Oh,
Uh,
just about killed me.
he's a great advocate, is Kevin Smith. He's
Excuse me.
he's the third player and appears to
Oh, he's great. It's great. Now, here we go. Mark Noble, he's going to drive that. So, going to drive, see if he can get rid of all three and hold two in about 7 seconds' time. Mark Noble on the forehand. Maybe 10 seconds. Here we go. Here we go.
He's got
He's
something.
close. He's close. Well, that went badly. That was a shame.
2 down.
He played it well.
Played to hit the target zone straight away.
I'd love to see a replay of that and just understand what went wrong there. He was probably a bowl narrow. Let's watch this. He hit it 2 square. Hit that one 2 square. So see his collision bowl then. Shot out to the side.
He did get the bowl completely squared, didn't he? Needed an angle on the bowl.
I mean, he was in the area. It was a well-played bowl, and that was a danger that they knew was there. So they took a calculated risk, and sometimes it just doesn't come off, Kev.
No, it doesn't. He was only, he was very, very close to getting the ultimate result.
Literally a half a bowl away, but it's going to be a number 2 South Africa. We'll see if the South African skip can add a bonus here. Just been given the rag to play to. It's not touching the ground, so technically that's fine, isn't it?
Yeah, and based on, technically correct, based upon what we've seen, he will
He should do.
and will do. Well, depends, because the 4.
4 there to South Africans.
Unlucky there, Mark Noble, because he got the target too good, actually.
Yeah, he hit it well. I know they spoke about that as a possible thing that could go wrong. But as long as you're committed to your shot and you play it, I'm not even convinced it was the wrong decision. I think Mark could play that bowl 10 times and get a better result, 8 of them. So if Mark would do it again, you're happy days, aren't you? So it wasn't. I don't think he was far off there, and a bit of an unlucky result there for the New Zealand team.
Well, I just got a note sent to me from an Australian friend of mine who said we were great to catch up. Him and I, this particular guy, Alan Law, who lives here on the coast. Alan and I played pennant bowls in Victoria for Oakley when we won the Victorian pennant in 1987, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was up there yesterday watching, and he just sent me a note. Great to catch up, mate. Andrew Kelly is a standout, about to watch New Zealand v South Africa. So, there you go. That's an Australian telling us how well that Andrew Kelly went this morning, and yeah, he certainly did. So, yeah, well, outstanding leading here we're seeing from Dion van der Viva, who's just drawn another bowl just in behind the jack.
Darren on the forehand side, so New Zealand now trailing 8 points to 3 in this game end, 6 of 15. It's getting down to the jack. Good enough.
Went through with it around the back, so
It's an interesting game, this one, Kev,
we'll
because
hold on to the shot.
it's not a meaningless game, but the positions have almost been decided by now. So we know that South Africa, the South African team, will play this New Zealand team in a bronze medal match on Friday.
Yes, they will.
And South Africa's already defeated New Zealand once because it's double round robin. So the psychology of this for the South Africans, they'll want to win this game and go, well, we've beaten you twice and we're going to beat you 3 times.
Well,
The New Zealanders, on the other hand, you just want to show them that you're capable, don't you, Kev?
the point is that no disrespect to all of our Kiwi players, but this Dion van der Viva and Gareth Rees-Gibbs, their drawing prowess has been outstanding.
Oh, unbelievable, particularly in this game.
Yeah, it's been top class. So we see Darren Woolen trying to get down under the 2 winey coloured bowls. He's going to sit on the shot bowl, sits outside it. That's a good. Well, that's a good
far away,
bowl
was he?
because Very difficult. I can tell you, New Zealand in the peers, just got a quick glimpse. It's Sheldon Bagley Howley and Tony Grantham up against South Africa, and it is New Zealand leading 7-5. I'm not sure how many ends have gone, but it is New Zealand leading 7-5. Six ends gone. There it is. New Zealand leading 7-5.
Brilliant. And here we go, the South African on the back end, just a little bit under the line, and an opportunity for... Oh, what was going on?
Just
rubbing the chalk
rubbing the chalk off the South African players' bowls.
Do you know we used to spit on bowls, Kev? Did you know that's how it started? Before we got chalk, they used to spit on the bowls.
Oh, I can tell you a whole lot of things. Of the old days, yeah.
And Darren on the forehand. Little feather off this will be a good result for the Kiwi.
This is a good attempt.
Good bowl.
Sits just jack low. Well, because in the old days, the quick grass greens, two of the greats, the late PEB Percy Jones of Otahu Railway, and Dave Baldwin, in fact, whose son Brian was the secretary manager here. And of course, both of them medalists in the 1974 Commonwealth Games, both of them gold medalists at 74 in Christchurch. And they used to decide the pace of the green on the time it took them to roll a park drive roll your own. That was, you'd see P.B. Jones just standing there, and Dave Borden was exactly the same, Dave Borden, Paratutu, and they would tell you, right, that's the speed of the green.
Whatever works.
Whatever works. And Mars, just as we watch this bowl of South African skip, is he going to get inside? No, he's not.
Good start.
A good spot there. Mark Noble. Now, on his backhand, trying to get down to the blue bowl of Darren Woolen. He said no. And talking about 1974, the Commonwealth Games, Alex, it's great. It, of course, was played at Woolston. What was the Woolston Working Men's Club? Great to see that the Canterbury Club building their new facility at where the Woolston Club was, which was headquarters for the 74 Commonwealth Games, and they're building a brand new environment there, and part of that being an indoor complex. And the building is underway now as we speak.
You're on a play across the head.
Play across the head is the call, trying to get to the New Zealand bowl, and that's what Gareth Rees Gibbs, the South African skip, that's what he's going to endeavour to do. Oh, get his own bowl.
Yeah, very good. Well done.
Good shot.
Very impressive, this South African combination, Alex.
One down, is it? Yep. One down, one second, is it? One down to that bowl. 1 second, please, there. Stop, yeah, 1 second or two, mate. Yeah, only one second.
Just making the decisions here.
Well, ask him whether he's got 1 or 2 seconds. I don't think that will stop too much, because he has to play with weight to reach anyway, Alex, to either get the shot or to dislodge what is the counting bowl. So here is Noble trying to play down under the head, trying to get
run.
to.
Oh, dearie me. If that's in for another shot.
In fact, got the South African leads by Skip's bolt, rolled it into the head, but that was the safest shot to play, to try and play with weight away from our New Zealand bowls.
Surely he didn't hit it if it was a counter, did he?
I think so.
That's just... Oh dear. He's hit 2 bowls.
Well, I was going
He's
to
hit
say
2 bowls in this game. They just have no right to have been coming into the head as a counter.
I just heard through the mic there, and
so do we think that was 2 or 3 there, Kev?
Well, it's 8-3 on that. I'm just trying to check on that scoreboard.
So it's 8-3, so we're seeing if it's 2 or 3. We'll just wait till it cuts to the next camera angle, see what the skips have put up on the board. South Africa.
Mark Noble sort of suggested, what have I run over? Because he has been on target with about three good scoring opportunities.
We saw a similar thing happen to the Australian skip, didn't we? Yeah, it was 3 there. When we covered the para peers woman.
Correct.
She played
Absolutely.
incredible bowls, but got almost no results.
So 10-3 to South Africa over New Zealand at the halfway mark, and I certainly have been impressed by the drawing prowess of both of these South African players. Alex, I've been first class actually.
Absolutely. Look at that! Look at this first bowl.
Well, it seems unfair to say they're playing in the para section, because that's as good a lead-in as we've seen consistently from Dion van der Weever right throughout this match, isn't it?
And that's the thing for me about bowls, is that it really is. You know, we call it a game for all. We know we have a diverse range of people, ages, shapes and sizes that play this game, and we can all play it well. The only difference is how long we can play it well, how often we can play it well, but everyone can play a good bowl. And the para event here, particularly in the multi-nations, allowing them to have the 2 games a day so that they are as rested as possible and are able to perform to the best of their abilities, I think is brilliant. And we will see good bowls, and they're going to get better because there's more para competition happening on international stage.
Well, if we, you're right, Alex, and if we look, for example, at Australia, they've got Alan Faulkner, one of the greats of English women's bowls, who's now the one on, one over.
Brilliant.
This is
That's
just
brilliant
absolutely
leading.
brilliant. And so the great thing is, and you would know this, Alex, and I certainly can say for all the years I've been involved, the growth of the para sports overall is outstanding.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You know, I think it's, like I said, one of the special things about our sport, it can be played by anyone and is played by anyone. And we can all do it well, and they're, you know, you get these wonderful competitions, and more of these competitions. Even in New Zealand, the Para Bowls New Zealand Nationals was bigger this year than it was the year before. The event that they hold, they've got their own national body. So do the deaf bowlers, so do the blind bowlers, and all these events are just getting more support. I think it's wonderful, and long may it continue.
And been they're well integrated now into the whole club environment, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
There's 3 bowls within a metre.
Big bowl here from Darren. So New Zealand trailing, they're 10-3 down, and now part of the conditions to play 15 ends, of course, Kev, not the 18 that we've seen in the open competition.
That rain's quite chunky out there now, Alex.
Yeah.
I'll get down to the blue bowl here from Darren Woolen, getting one of his own blue bowls clean.
Through the split.
Oh, well played.
What a
Second
shot.
shot. Well
shot.
played. Came through that very small port to rest on the shot bowl. Outstanding.
I can tell you the men's pairs score 7-6 after 7 ends to New Zealand.
And as we said, of course, as well, please just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and you will get all the updates from Club Helensvale of the results there this morning, that being the women's singles and women's fours.
Yeah, that's where you find the results after the games are finished, Kev,
Yeah,
on that,
so
the Bowls Link table.
So the rounds played this morning through to the gold medal match to be played on Friday, and what an outstanding achievement by the 2 girls, Alex, on debut here to be their first international outing and at the multi-nations, and of course they're through to the through to the final.
Yeah, brand new combination for the New Zealand Parasite, and Julie O'Connell and Terry Blackburn, and wish them all the best in their final. Undefeated so far in this event, and great to see.
What we will do is I'll try and get confirmation for you, so as we know going forward exactly how the para section will play out at the World Bowls.
Yeah, that'll be good to talk about tomorrow.
Whether it's singles, pairs, however it is that they play, it would just be good to know. I think it'll be interesting to work out how they actually are going to play. We start on, I think it's August the 29th and goes through to September the 10th. And of course the para section is part of that. What a logistical event that's going to be, Alex.
Yeah, good luck to them. a massive event, and certainly the World Bowls has the potential to get bigger again, I think, and of course being held once every 2 years now. It'll be a true festival of bowls, I think.
And it's well, it'll be interesting to see, Alex, how long. With so many countries, this is no disrespect to all our Northern Hemisphere counterparts, but with so many countries now and involving the paras, we are somewhat Southern Hemisphere is really where it can be held, isn't it?
Yeah, they'd have to get creative otherwise. Mark Noble looking to clear the front.
It's only a small port to come through down to there.
Yeah.
Sure, we've got Leamington on Spa in the UK. That, of course, is a multi-green complex, but there's not a lot of those in the UK, to be fair. So, you know, the game has grown considerably. And of course, years ago, we had a women's national world championship and a men's. They were separate entirely.
At different times of the year as well.
Yeah, we were at different times of the year.
And only once every 4 years, of course.
Correct.
So the international calendar looking different, but I think really positive steps. And they're events that we can promote more. You know, if we have World Championships every 2 years, it's top of mind more often, isn't it? As opposed to once every
absolutely.
4.
Yeah, the Asia Pacific and all those others, they were great. I've got no doubt about that. But now having a World Championship every 2 years, and of course the Commonwealth Games as well, pushed into the middle of that, we have got a true international calendar.
A very good international calendar.
And a very strong international calendar, which makes it, which really, Alex, makes it attractive for broadcasters. It makes it attractive for a lot promotion of the sport, and it's involving the paras. I think is just a big plus, and it's a great event. Will be a great event here on the Gold Coast come August, September of this year. I can tell you that the Australian side for the World Bowls has been picked on Saturday. I don't know when it's going to be announced, but I do know it's been picked on Saturday. And I'm not sure what the program is relative to the New Zealand side's announcement or whatever. Obviously, it can't be too far away because you want to get a training program underway, Alex, don't you, to be able to have some training camps, and whether they be held in Australia or New Zealand's a bit of an unknown at this point in time, but I don't think it'll be that long.
Mark Noble's winding up here, Kev. This could be a good bowl to watch.
This is the big swing.
Right up the middle, Mark Noble. He's very close here. Needs something square.
Outside. And will be 2 down.
He was looking up the middle, and I think it will be 2 to South Africa there. 3, 2, 2, 3.
Well, the South African lead.
How many do you want?
Dion van der Viva indicating it's 3. Out comes the tape. So because the New Zealand domestic season is not say come to a close, because we've got a lot of events on, but as far as what I would call selectorial opportunities, you would think there wouldn't be much left in the way of that, would you say?
No, I would imagine that it's a decision that we made in the wake of this multi-nations event. It was an opportunity for a few, and 2 there to South Africa.
2 it was. 12-3 now to South Africa as we complete end 8 of 15 here in this men's pairs para event at the multi-nations.
And I would ask just to bear with us too on this broadcast. Some of the camera angles, they're not, what am I trying to say? We had what felt like a small power cut, which is when we sounded a bit panicked. And all the screens went black, didn't they, Kev? And they've come back to life now. But my understanding is that our switching, which is the cutting between the different camera angles, has been reduced somewhat. So please bear with us if there seems like, if you think there's a delay, it's because everything nearly fell apart in the streaming office, but we've salvaged. Thank you, Tamara and Sarah. You've done well. And we'll continue with the rest of this game, and hopefully you won't notice too much going on.
Well, when I look to my left, Alex, I'm fine looking straight in front of me or out onto the green. but when I look to my left, it looks like a technical nightmare of all of angles and photos.
I mean, there's lots of buttons.
Yeah, so I'll stay right. I'm quite happy on this side of the where we sit. The girls do a wonderful job, and of course Tamara has done that wonderful job now for 6 years, I think it is, around about that time. And I've been fortunate that of working with Tamara right through that whole period from our very, very first coverage of the National Championship, the Nationals, down at Tyree and Dunedin, where, let's say, we were fairly antiquated in what we had to in the way of equipment.
I tuned in and watched that, Kev, as a player. I remember watching that first coverage. I watched it on my iPhone 3 or
Yeah.
iPhone 4 or something, with one tablet and a lapel mic. How far we've come.
Yes, it was just Tamara and myself, I think, down there, and a lot of cords, a lot of cables, but we got there.
As long as it works. The South African lead here. Oh, he's playing good bowls, this guy. On his backhand. Look at this, just peppering the jack. Another one right on it. Bang.
Sitting right on top of the jack.
Playing
Toucher.
against that if he's going to do it every year in 12-3.
Well, he's been very consistent, has Dion.
Unbelievable stuff from the South African lead. You see Darren on the forehand. Giving himself a good track. He's taken a nice arc with this bowl. Needs it to run
close
out.
here, gets all the way down. Will it get all the way down?
Beautiful bowl.
Yes, it will, I think.
Feels so unnatural to New Zealanders watching these bowls. You just instinctively, you expect them just to run that little bit more, and they don't.
Well, whereas in New Zealand you can say we've got about, on the break back to the jack, we've got about 5 feet of running. That's about, on our 17-second greens, we've got about, once it gets to that arc towards the head, we've got about 5 feet of running. Here, you've got about 2 feet of running. That's the difference.
It is, and it just feels so unnatural. It has to be a learned thing. That's why this multi-nations, I think, is brilliant, and particularly with some of the new caps coming in. They will leave this event far better international bowlers, or far better bowlers on these greens that they came to it, because you can practice as much as you want, but until you've actually played on these greens in real competition, you don't get it. Oh, and that was close there from Darren, unlucky.
Well, the other thing is as well, Alex, is that we're used to playing on weed, cotulus, starweed type greens, and these are the greens over here are a completely different composition, and the bowls do things. I'm not saying they do things differently, but it is different. And the guys have already spoken to me just in conversation, and Val Smith talking the other day about the challenge that you've got to keep in the forefront all the time about being up to the head. And it's a real change in mindset to what we're used to in New Zealand, and especially on these grassy type circuits. There's another green right out in front of us here, Alex, and that looks like a carpet green, actually, doesn't it? Really,
it does. Yeah.
Hasn't been cut for a while, but it does. And if you're to play on that now, that would be at about 8 or 9 seconds, I would say.
Absolutely. See on the forehand here, the South African skip. He's playing well too. A great team effort here. It's so hard to play against, isn't it? I mean, look at that.
I can't believe that they're only in the bronze medal contention, to be fair, Alex, because both of these South African players have been outstanding.
Brilliant stuff, isn't it? And they just have a chat about shot selection here. On the backhand, I heard, so I think Mark's going to try and kill this. See if we can get the jack re-spotted on the 2, start from scratch. But they're just playing really, really well, the South African team. Mark Noble now winding up on the backhand side. Let's see what weight he opts to play this with. Looking more to spring the jack to the left as we see it, and he's very close here. If he gets it square.
This is a great attempt down there on that line, because it's a hard weight line to pick.
That was a beautiful effort there.
And he was only half a bowl away from getting a good weighted result. So you heard in the microphone there, Dion van der Viva giving the instructions to Gareth Rees-Gibbs of where to get to.
On with forehand.
Deliberately staying out on the wide side, but that's because there's no doubt that Mark Noble will attack again.
So Mark on his backhand. He's got 2 bowls there as catches now. He's given himself a chance again. He's close here. If it just holds long enough, he didn't have quite the weight there. That was more a weight issue. His green was perfect. You can see there the jack is to the right. You can see just enough of the jack sort of to the right of that bowl. Mark's looking to play through the short shot bowl. Squeeze the jack to the right as we see it for 2.5, maybe 3. Very likely to persist with that shot selection, I feel.
Well, what we've seen, Alex, no disrespect to our New Zealand combination, but the drawing prowess of these two players, it's a real, because the New Zealand side, especially Mark Noble, you're playing different weights all the time, the way how they're building their heads, and this is
very impressive stuff. Mark Noble, 3rd time lucky now.
Trying to get down to...
Came out of his hand pretty good, Kev.
Needs to come back
He's
now.
Close here, Mark Noble.
Needs to come back
He's
now.
close.
Needs to come back right now. Got one.
I mean, he's been close a few times, to be fair to Mark. The heads haven't been built. The issue is the heads have been so good for South Africa that Mark has had to be perfect or you get nothing.
Oh, absolutely. The lead here, Dion van der Viva, has been absolutely, he's been outstanding. And he's just made life.
So we've had a situation where Mark can't afford to miss by more than 6 inches.
No.
Or he'll get no result. And he's been within a foot. You know, he's been close, but it's just the heads unbelievably good from the South Africans.
Measuring for 3, you heard there through the microphone. There's 2 been taken out, 12-3. And we'll see if we can get a glimpse of that New Zealand while they're doing the measure. We can get a glimpse.
11-7, I reckon, Kev.
11-7 v South
I
Africa.
think so, 11-7 against South Africa. So the men's pairs after 9 ends there. You see Sheldon Bagri-Howley just walk sort of up to the mark, really. Now, is it 3 to South Africa or 2? That's the question.
Important pairs game for Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Tony Grantham. A win in the 2nd round match today will put them in a strong position. It is 3. It's 3 to the South African combination. Very impressive, this pairs combination, the South African pairs combination.
They lead now 15-3 on end 9 of 15. And for the New Zealanders, keeping in mind that this game is really just a practice match for the bronze medal match that's going to take place later on this week.
Well, could someone go and tell the South African lead that it's just a...
Don't think he knows. But the New Zealanders just want to finish strong here.
No, you've got to compliment how well the 2 South Africans are playing.
Bowls.
They're playing outstanding. So, you know, that's Australia, Northern Ireland. Oh, that's the other Australian side this time playing Ireland, and it's Australia who are leading 10-5. Earlier on, of course, we saw Ireland defeat the other Australian combination earlier on this morning. Actually, this round and the next round, Alex, are the 2 big moving rounds, really, aren't they?
Yeah, and I know there are some decisions to make from the New Zealand selectors going into the 3rd round this afternoon, based on how everything is sitting, who plays where. We see Darren on his backhand, sorry.
It's going to be narrow under the line, but to be fair to Darren from the Waikiri Club, is going to finish jack level the leading of Dion van der Viva has been as good as you'd see.
Yeah.
It's been superb.
Yep.
And you see, he gets that vision and the weight, that how he pushes that arm all the way through, lifts his chair at the same time.
He's been just as good on the long ends as he is on the short.
Well, Alex,
Takes a lovely line.
I would say this for an able-bodied person. The challenge would be interesting to see. Well, you sit in the wheelchair, and deliver on a speed of this screen to a 2 metre mark. It would be.
I wouldn't be able to do it, Kev. It's very, very impressive. Darren just falling short now with the second bowl. Had good green.
Another one in the head there, very good.
So the call from Gareth Rees-Gibbs, get another bowl in on the head.
On the forehand side.
Lekker bietjie nou. Kom verby, daai is baie goed.
Something in
Daai
Afrikaans.
is really kop, mooi man.
Good bowl. I suspect it's a good bowl.
I think that's what it meant, Alex. Yes, because it is a good bowl in the context. Very good. So,
Very good, yeah.
moi moi is very good.
Moi moi. Oh, there you go. Bit of Afrikaans. How good.
So, Darren Woolen endeavouring to get down to the 2 counting bowls. Just going to drop by. Gets past the 2 metre mark. Change over and it'll be South Africa holding the 2 shots. Good spirit between the teams.
Yeah, and work to do here for Mark Noble. Like I said, I think 15-3 on the 9th end, the New Zealand team. We haven't really looked like picking up a number because South Africa's playing too well. So it's just about, you want to finish strong so that you can go into the bronze medal match on Friday feeling okay. And I mean, Mark and Darren know they've got gears to go to that are higher than the gear they're in now. And you put someone in a position where you win the game and you win a medal. And sometimes that's how to get the best out of a player.
Well, you know, look, it's the old story. And no 2 games are the same, Alex. That's it's one of the great things about this, isn't it? You know, and for example, you know, we saw that. If I take, for example, the men's 4s, here comes the South African skip.
Oh, how good is it? I mean, they're drawing so well.
You know, we saw with our New Zealand 4s team on day 1. You know, we played Hong Kong, China, and really got a bit of a touch up. Really, we then back into the same event. We play Hong Kong, China again, and we get the W. We're into the gold. We're into the gold medal match.
Thank you for coming.
So yeah, no two are the same.
Mark Noble on the forehand.
Well, Noble's playing under extreme pressure right throughout this match due to what the South African combination have been able to do in building their heads, etc. They've been outstanding. So not going to clear the front here. Will Gareth Rees-Gibbs gets onto one of the New Zealand bowls.
But he hasn't made it any better at all, has he?
Oh,
really?
no, it's made it worse actually for New Zealand because that bowl of Darren Woolen, he's pushed it out to the side and it's just really on that hand, it just cuts that line off. So on the backhand is
on the forehand side.
Sorry, trying to get down.
He's going to find a clean gap,
gets an inside slide. I'd say 9 times out of 10 of that inside slide, you'd just about get down to the jack, wouldn't you?
He's been, yeah, he's given his bowl a chance very often, and we've just seen that little rub of the green. Well, it's not even that. He just hasn't been getting good results. But it's because of how well the South Africans are playing. It requires Mark to be perfect.
So I can tell you, looking at the board now, in the men's pairs, 10 ends gone. It's a Sheldon Bagley Howley and Tony Grantham up against South Africa, and it is New Zealand that lead 11-10. 11-10 after 10 of the 18 ends in the men's pairs here at Club Musgrave.
Oh.
Well, we're only the one down.
That was exciting. Just about played Mark Noble shot for him, but hasn't. And
well,
I mean,
can Noble play with weight down underneath to the shot bowl without
On the backhand
Yeah,
side.
and just to,
Oh, that's a better angle there. Potentially, actually, and if you slice it, if he's on the tight side,
we
there's
own
a
the
chance.
back.
Yeah, there's a chance of the shot bowl that you see at 10 o'clock. If Mark played on the backhand, which is to the right of your screen, across the head, there's no reason why the shot bowl couldn't snick the jack back anyway.
Absolutely, it's on that angle of the, all the.
And if
the
he gets
angle.
it out clean, we get a 1. I like that call, Kev.
I just think it's.
May as well. And for a penny, in for a pound, you're 15-3 down. May as well. And
Well,
those are the sort of shots that can turn a head, turn a game around, get a bit of confidence.
Yeah, just I see Mark Noble indicating with his foot that that's where, there's no clean jack trails or anything there, Alex. So
Finding a way, isn't it? It's about finding
a way into the jack and using bowls to get there. And of course, also here as well, we've got our Terry Blackburn. They're playing South Africa as well, out here in front of us on the front green.
Here we go. Mark Noble, big bowl here. New Zealand in dire straits. We're trailing 15 points to 3. He's on his backhand. It's drifting wide.
Surprised he played that shot, to be fair, Alex. 1 it is to South Africa. Now we'll go to 16-3 as we complete 9 of 15.
Feels like a regulation finish up coming for the South African team. They're playing very well.
And we'll endeavour through this back end of this. Sarah's doing a great job here. I can keep an eye on that men's pairs scoreboard over here in front of me, which is it's 11-10 to New Zealand.
11-10.
After 10 ends.
That's a bit stressful.
So on camera 6, I think it is, we can get a... That's the limit of my technical prowess. That I think with the assistance of camera 6, we can give you updates of that match.
And remembering, of course, that this is the last game we're broadcasting today from Musgrave, or Club Musgrave, or Musgrave Club, whatever it's called. The last game we're broadcasting today is the second round because we need the third round to pack down and tootle over to Broadbeach to set up, and we'll let you know on Facebook. Have a look on Facebook to see what we're broadcasting tomorrow. There's a bit to be worked out because there's an Australian setup that's going to be broadcasting from tomorrow. We need to figure out what green we're on and what games we broadcast, but you can expect us at the very least to broadcast a semi-final, which will hopefully, fingers crossed, include a New Zealand team.
Yeah, I think depending on results.
Should do.
Yeah, depending on the women's fours this morning. I'm not sure if they won this morning, but if they did win, I think they'll be in a pretty strong position.
I'll have a look for you. I'll go find out for us, Kev.
So we see the bowl of Darren Wallen, jack on the 2 metre mark. Just specks of rain coming down here at Club Musgrave up on the hill. On the backhand is the very, very reliable Dion van der Viva, and he too is also going to go by. And remember, in these, you'll see the number of wheelchairs here on the greens. They are adapted in such a way as they're not going to cause any green damage whatsoever. They're fine on the greens.
So I can tell you this morning, Kev, that the round 1 this morning at Club Helensvale, New Zealand defeated Queensland 12 points to 7 in the women's fours. So they're sitting in an okay position. Australia yellow and New Zealand and Australia green have all won 3 out of 4. And South Africa and Ireland trail on 2 out of 4. The top 4 qualify. So all things remaining equal. New Zealand tracking pretty well for a berth in a semi-final in the women's fours. So which means that tomorrow afternoon we will be able to bring you a semi-final. And if you cross your fingers and hold your tongue the right way, it'll have a New Zealand team in it.
Yes, it will. And the men's pairs, so that's why this win here now is this game up here against South Africa is so important, which is now 11 ends gone, and New Zealand need 12-10 now. 12-10 New Zealand need this round for the men's pairs combination. And remembering, of course, the third round this afternoon, we don't know at this point who those combinations are going to be. So this middle round to start today becomes pretty important for the remaining 2 ends of section play.
Yeah,
2 games, sorry, of section play.
Very much so. And Darren Willand here on a tight line with the right weight. And I think for this game for New Zealand, it's about getting through this game and finding something positive to focus on for that bronze medal match where they will meet South Africa for the 3rd time and look to beat them probably for the first.
Well, they've been very impressive. New Zealand, you know, no fault of their own, they've struggled in this particular match. One of the reasons why they've struggled, although we've played a very loose end here, but one of the reasons why we've struggled is because of how, you know, I'll come back to it again, Alex, that the effectiveness that well, their lead, Dean van der Wever, he had to be at 90% effective, 90% plus effectiveness. Well, when you're playing pairs, doesn't matter who you are or what you are, that certainly sets you up in a pretty strong position.
So hard to beat, isn't it, when you cross over every end, and the South African lead has put bowls close. And Darren's not played poor bowls, but in particular the South Africans played very, very good bowls, you know, within a foot or two of the jack most of the time. Mark Noble somewhere. There he is. You can see adjacent to this rink as well, as you mentioned before, the New Zealand Para Women's pair, and on the top green there I saw Sheldon Bagri-Hell. He's just shaking his head a little bit. I would indicate that's probably not a bad or not a good sign.
We'll see if I can find that. Camera 6, I think it was the number before. We'll see. There it is, 12-10 to New Zealand, as we said, after 11, and we'll wait and see what happens on that board.
And Mark Noble now on the backhand side. Been under pressure in this game. He's taken this on a nice line, a nice
now
arc.
It needs to work now. Needs to work now. And just a fraction low. And he's the chess master.
Yes, a correspondence chess grandmaster, Mark Noble.
Grandmaster.
Yeah, yeah. Only one, I think the only one in New Zealand. So correspondence chess is the one where you send your move and they send their move. It's not immediate. But very impressive. And he said...
And getting the inside, it'll count as well.
He's quite good at, well, he's very good at chess, obviously. And he's quite funny when you, I know bowlers like to challenge him. He's like, it would be like Roger Federer playing you at a game of tennis. You're just not going to win. It's impossible. And no one beats him, which is fair enough. Very good.
Trying to get down here to reduce the count or get the shot is Mark Noble. He hasn't just that metre of weight.
Mark, of course, also was a very good indoor bowler when he played that sport. Played Patterson, which is top.
Oh, the Patterson
top
Trophy?
Yes, so I'd imagine that he would have come across George, who you mentioned passed away early in the thing, in the Wellington region, back when Mark was playing that as a young man in the 80s.
Well, because I can remember going back in those days that indoor bowls in the Hutt Valley region was a very
strong,
strong winter sport, and so needing to get under his own or get onto his own.
Get it square.
Square, keep going.
He's done it.
I think he's done. He's turned it over enough. I think the shot's been conceded early on.
Yeah, I think he's done it. I've put one up on the board.
Yes, it is.
What's always interesting with indoor and the Wellington region, Kev, is that they actually have 4 centres. So in outdoor we've got Bowls Wellington, and that's it. In indoor you've got North Wellington, which is its own thing, Upper Hutt Valley, and Horowhenua. You've got 4 centres that make up indoor bowls in the Wellington region.
So does Horowhenua in that encompass Kapiti Coast?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So literally from, let's say, Levin downwards sort of forms the nucleus of the 4.
Four centres in the Wellington region.
Now I can remember the old days, with Brett O'Reilly as an example of the old days in the Hutt Valley, where two of the strongest sports were indoor bowls and softball. That was it was the home.
Oh, fair enough.
Well, and it was the home of the great Sorensens, who were iconic in New Zealand softball, just like the Kalassis in Auckland, with the Sorensens in Wellington, and they were all in the Hutt Valley. It was, and that came about from after the Second World War. If you remember that Walter Nash, the first state homes, of course, were built in
Yes.
in the Hutt region, Lower Hutt, Nainai, Apuni, all around there, and it just followed indoor bowls and softball and rugby, but those was so popular in those early days in Nainai, Apuni, all around that Hutt Valley hub, and of course Brett O'Reilly had been one of those Nainai, Apuni boys from years gone by.
Yeah, many great stories Brett O'Reilly can tell. He was a publicity officer for indoor bowls for the first ever international test match played between Australia and New Zealand. I believe he did the commentary for that. I recognised his voice when I got the video, and I won't tell the story on air, but there's a funny story related to that. If you ever talk to Brett O'Reilly, ask him about the commentary of the 1983 Indoor Bowls International between Australia and New Zealand, held at Kearney's Road Stadium in Canterbury.
Well, look at this for bowling here. Darren Woolen draws a toucher, not to be outdone.
Doesn't that sum up this game? Darren Woolen put a bowl that was 4 inches away from the jack. The South Africans gone, okay, I'll get one closer. Unbelievable.
Outstanding. I can tell you that we're now New Zealand v South Africa in that pairs match. Great and good encouragement there from Mark Noble. It is all the 12s. It is 12. We're tied up 12 apiece after 12 ends in the men's pairs. That's Sheldon Bagley Howley with Tony Grantham up against South Africa. 12 ends gone, and it is 12 apiece in that pairs match up on the top green here at Club Musgrave. On the backhand is this very impressive South African lead. Have a look at this, Alex, and well
Great
done.
stuff.
Well done. Gareth Rees-Gibbs applauding. There's 4 bowls within a handkerchief.
Yeah, that's good bowls, isn't it?
Outstanding play. Brett O'Reilly, of course, as well, now on World Bowls. When the new body of Auckland Bowls, Auckland as it's called now, Auckland Bowls it was then, when the new first ever board structure was formed, Brett O'Reilly was with me on that on the early days of that board of Auckland Bowls. We see Noble and Graham Skillern. He was also on the very first board of Auckland Bowls, and of course now Brett, part of World Bowls and patron of Bowls North Harbour.
I do take great pride in New Zealand being the first country in the world to amalgamate, and a lot of our clubs and centres were the first in the world. I think we're probably the first in the world to have it fully done. We were done by the sort of mid-2000s after some. I know it was a big undertaking, Kevin, but when you think about the fact that Bowls New South Wales amalgamated about a year ago.
Correct.
We were ahead of the 8 ball, so to speak, and proud of New Zealand being able to tick that off the list. And a lot of people had to do a lot of work to get that one over the line, and we thank them because, of course, it was for the betterment of the sport.
Oh, absolutely it was. I can look. There's a lot of things one can write a book about, but I could sure write a book about that amalgamation process, and yeah, it was a great innovation by Bowls New Zealand, New Zealand Bowls at the time, but certainly it wasn't without challenges. But I'm proud of being part of that whole.
Mark Noble, he's close to the inside out. He's close.
Movement.
1, 2, 3. Brilliant.
Well
Brilliant
played,
there for Mark Noble.
That's the bowl of the match. I don't care what the score is. That was absolutely superbly
Class,
played.
wasn't it?
That was class. Weight control, rested in behind. right to the jack and sat there for shot in amongst a, well, there's a collection of 3 bowls of the South African bowls. There you'll see it sitting there. Oh, wow. Got, in fact, the back of the Darryl Woolen bowl and moved it out of the head. It was interesting with the Australian amalgamations, Alex. It was, I remember when Val Smith was in New South Wales, and Marlene and I happened to be over there, and we went to she was playing in some event in New South Wales. And I remember Marlene remarking to me, it was like 10 years back.
Yeah.
That was what it was like, you know. It was, and here was New South Wales, one of the biggest centres the biggest centre in Australia. And we'd already literally amalgamated, and they were still, yeah.
Our national body was done and dusted in 1997. Is when we amalgamated the national bodies. I know the centres and clubs took longer, but if you think about it in that context, we're talking 20 years. People have had bowls careers begin, start and finish in the time that we've been in amalgamated sport. And I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's well.
South Africans close here.
Here he comes.
Good shot. Good bowl.
And one to South Africa.
What can you do?
He's out. These two guys are outstanding. Takes them to 17-4. 17-4. Well, the other thing about the amalgamation, Alex, it brought so many other benefits, you know, relative to the like of funding from various organisations and charities. It also enabled us to consolidate the likes of the nationals, men's and ladies nationals, into club. You know, if you would have said we were, you know, if you'd have said we were going to have interclub where men and ladies are playing like together, you know, it's so there was, and from a financial point of view, I know the women of the past would not agree with me with this, but it's factual. Financially, the woman couldn't really operate at, you would call, what's of a high class sport without amalgamation, because you had to have income streams. And remembering the women in New Zealand, most of their clubs, of course, were based at a men's club, and it was all quite complex. So, look, we could talk in ages about what was historic and prehistoric and that, but in my term as being an administrator as chairman of Auckland Bowls, which I was honoured to be, I put that down as our flagship achievement of getting that done. And remember, at that point in time, we had 53 clubs in Auckland.
Yeah.
So it was it wasn't about having a Saturday morning meeting and say, let's do this.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think the foresight of a lot of administrators we can be grateful for. Looking right back, and we see Darren Willand with his first bowl. Not too bad.
Well, the great thing about it, Alex, as well, now, no one talks about men and ladies in New Zealand.
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, I'm proud of that.
It's just called, it's bowls. Yeah. It's lawn bowls. There's no...
We've got lots of mixed events, and
Absolutely.
more mixed events as well. We now have national mixed pairs, which is really great. And it's done what was promised, I suppose.
I can tell you now, New Zealand now lead in that pairs match. It's the Sheldon Bagley, Howley, Tony Grantham combination up against South Africa, and New Zealand now lead 13-12. 13-12 after 13 of 18 ends. The good thing, that, of course, with this rain, a bit of rain and slowing down of the greens, Alex, it means there's no real difficulty, one would assume, in getting through the number of ends through to the, you know, against the clock, so to speak. That deliberate look of the Australian lead certainly He visualises where he wants to place the bowl.
Playing very well.
Just need a meter to get to it.
And playing next to the men, of course, is our New Zealand women's combination, who, as Alex mentioned before, are unbeaten and are assured of a gold medal.
They'll be in the gold medal playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Against one of the Australian teams, is my understanding.
Thanks, mate.
Good bowl here from Darren Woolen.
Great
Gonna
shot
get down
there,
to the
great
jack.
bowl.
Gets a touch on it, makes 2. So the skips change over in 12, but I must admit, Alex, I'll certainly put back in the memory box of enjoyment that Piers game this morning with Andrew Kelly this morning that we had the pleasure of commentating against Queensland. It was one of the, I know, as one of the real, of all the games I've watched for Blackjacks over the years, that's one that I think you can put away as a player who really showed his prowess, maturity and shot ability. He was outstanding.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. It was very impressive.
So here is Gareth Rees-Gibbs with New Zealand holding 2. Oh, I don't know for how much longer though. I don't know
He's
for
close.
how much longer.
Great bowl.
And draws the jack. The jack right on the 2 metre mark and draws right in between the 2 New Zealand bowls and gets down to the jack. Here's Noble now quickly into his work. He'll be trying to play the same sort of shot. I think he's going to be under the line though, and is with weight and line. South Africa leading as we play in 12, leading 17-4.
And been a very convincing display. That Friday's a different day.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, was always going to be in the target area. Another counter from the South African skip. Came under a bowl, certainly got a feather, but was in the area. And Mark Noble knows the minute he delivered that bowl that was certainly under the head. So here now on the forehand is Gareth Rees-Gibbs holding 2. Here's another good line here from. Has he got the weight
Look
to
at
get
this.
all
I mean,
that? Yes,
just
he
been-
will.
It's been such a convincing performance here from the South Africans. You can see the bowl. Is that picking up?
Picking up grass.
Picking
on
up the grass
picking
on
up
the way
grass.
through.
It is. So Noble has got more green this time, trying to get down to the counting bowls to reductions or the jack. Is he going to get down far enough? Great attempt. Cuts one out. Will be 2 down. Two it is, 19-4 now as we complete another. Now at the end 13 we're going into now. And I can tell you in the men's pairs, it's 14 ends gone. And New Zealand leading 14 shots to 12. 14-12, it is New Zealand leading after 14 ends of 18 in the men's pairs, and that's the men's pairs combination of Tony Grantham and Sheldon Bagley-Howley. Remembering earlier on this morning we saw the pairs come from a deficit early on in the match. That was Andrew Kelly and Tony Grantham, and they had a good win over the Queensland combination of Nick Cahill and Cohen Lifton.
Are we just waiting for the rain or something here, Kev?
I just saw the South African man go for a break. I saw his wheelchair go past us before.
Can we get an update? I wonder if we could see how the women's pairs, the pair of women's pairs, is going on the adjacent rink.
are on the very next rink here. In fact,
Even just a thing of the scoreboard, perhaps. As we see that rain continue to come down. Oh. That shows you how fast our cameras can move.
they move very quickly.
Goodness
there, didn't
gracious me.
So there it is. New Zealand lead South Africa. I think it was 9-6. I saw on that camera. I think that's what I saw.
Yep, in front of us, 9-6 after 10 ends it is.
Oh, not now. It's just gone to 13.
13-6. What a great time to cut across.
So New Zealand just securing 4 shots on that last end. There it is, up on the board, 13-6 after 11 of 15 ends. That's the New Zealand unbeaten pairs combination. Well, you can, like a day like today, Alex, as this rain is coming, there's no doubt as far as the paras are concerned, 2 games is the right call, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
There's no, it's there's no doubt about that, because this is challenging. The South African combination of Gareth Rees-Gibbs and Dion van der Vivo, who of course our New Zealand combination will play in the bronze medal match on Friday at Broadbeach, have been outstanding in this particular match. The consistency right throughout has been superb.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. Very convincing game from these two. As the green continues to slow down in the rain.
So just for people who are sitting at home and have had a bit of a change around today, but they're covering this game out here now. There's 6 cameras actually.
Yes.
Creating what you're sitting in your lounge or wherever you are, watching this live coverage. So, and the girls sitting alongside us here, Tamara and Sarah, they're all controlling everything here from the control room, and they control all of those 6 cameras and other facets around the green. So the technology now that we're able to use to bring this live coverage is, well, it's as good as just turning on your Sky network.
Yeah, it's great, and they're great cameras. They're PTZ cameras, and they have a pretty impressive quality level. So on your phone screen or your monitor screen, you can't really see a difference. And there's a good ball here by Darren.
Well played from Darryl Willen, finishing jack level.
Between this and anything else, but if you put it up on a 70 or 80 or 90 inch screen, the picture still looks just as good.
Correct.
We see the South African lead has played so well in this game.
Certainly has been outstanding, has Dion van der Vivo, and looking for the jack on the hunt here, playing through, and will go by, and obviously stays up on the rink. The skip Gareth Rees-Gibbs is quite happy with it. So we play the 13th of 15. And I think now there's someone leaning against, is that someone just covering that New Zealand scoreboard, but I think it's now 14.
Good ball there from Darren.
2 lovely bowls here from our New Zealand lead. So on a good line here is the South African lead, just going to fall outside and dead level weight, that's for sure. So Darren Willen holding the shot. Looks as though he's going to be under the line with this bowl, and will be with weight under the line as we change over, as we play in 13 of 15. Remembering this is our last game that we'll be covering today, and we'll be tomorrow at Broadbeach, where we'll be for the remaining 2 days Is it 2 days?
2 days, Thursday, Friday. Yep.
Thursday, Friday.
And we'll give an update on what we're covering tomorrow. Like I said, there are some things to be figured out in regards to who's on what green, given in mind that the finals are all going to be held on green 3, so we need to set our equipment up there. And as you said before, Kev, it's 6 cameras and a considerable amount of cabling, so we may have to set up on green 3, which might preclude anything but a semi-final broadcast tomorrow. We'll let everyone know before the evening is out. On Facebook is the best place to go look for that, what our broadcast schedule looks like for tomorrow, and of course on Friday, where we will bring 3 rounds with a bit of luck, all finals. We'll see if we can include as many New Zealand ones in that as possible.
And 14 Ian's gone now in the men's pairs match between New Zealand and South Africa. That is Sheldon Bagley-Howley and Tony Grantham. 14 Ian's completed, and it is New Zealand now leading 14-12. Oh, just changing, 14 all. There it is. Another end gone. Just the scoreboard just been flipped over. 14 all as we see the South African skip, Gareth Rees-Gibbs. He more than likely made shot of that, I would say. Alex sat inside the bowls. So New Zealand pairs all locked up, 14 apiece.
Mark Noble making his way back.
Oh, Noble endeavouring to play down to the counting bowl. The bowl of the South African skip, Gareth Rees-Gibbs, played. Great attempt from Noble. That's interesting to see. Yeah, it looks like shot from here, Alex, just the way that. Well, again, we're relying on that camera angle and it. Notice using the, let's say, the English comments. Play to this wood.
It's only 80 years out of date as a comment. Here we go, good bowl. South Africans just playing so well.
Oh, they certainly are. So, Mark Noble, he's brought his line in with weight, trying to get down to, but you are now, and Tony, Mark Noble knew very early on in the piece that he was narrow.
Get underneath it to the blue ball. Yeah. Didn't just got the deck, it's going to come to me anyway.
So remembering there is 2 more rounds of, let's say, round robin or section play. The one round this afternoon here at Club Musgrave and at Helensvale. And tomorrow, as Alex said, will be.
Look at this, look at that. That's just unbelievably good stuff.
3 bowls from the skip.
You
there.
take your head off to them, don't you? That's just brilliant bowls.
Well, Kevin Smith standing behind, just like they're delighted, the South Africans. Every right to be so.
Fair enough.
That they have been outstanding.
They haven't been able to miss, really.
Outstanding.
Noble,
Well, needs
a
some
slice
luck.
of good fortune.
Needs a feather all the way down. Won't do so. 3. Is it 3 did they say? It was only the 2.
They're into the 20s.
And they've been superb as we play in 13 of 15. 21-4 now. South Africa lead. Kevin Smith there still encouraging his New Zealand charges, saying, come on, fella, just talking to them. Yep. Fortunately, Alex, at this point in time of the day, the earlier call on the weather forecast of possible thunderstorms this afternoon, we may have averted that. We just
Touch wood, Kev. Fingers crossed, but it's looking okay. Not a well, there's a cloud in the sky, but not a breath of wind in the air at all.
No, if
The
you look at those
just
flags
hanging.
out here, out in front of us, whereas the other day they were
Barely moving.
They were blustering around 2 days ago, but today there's literally no movement at all. So on the very impressive Dion van der Viva.
It's almost his loosest bowl.
Well, I was just going to say, Alex, if we talk about that 85% effective bowls, which we look at for our able body players, well, Dion van der Viva, he's been at that level right throughout this game.
Comfortably. Yep, he's played really, really top-class bowls.
Oh, well played here from Darren Wallen. Just draws lower the jack.
Have fine, friends. If you want to change, you can. Looking to trail it, you slip the bowl, you get chucked.
Here you hear. There from the South African skip, Gareth Rees-Gibbs. Change your hand. You can play down here. You get to the jacks, fine. Get a trail on it.
On the forehand.
Just going to go by, but that's fine. It's back. Yeah, Julie applauded. Yes, you can see clearly there, Alex. I just camera angle change, but you'll see it picking up now. That loose grass sitting on the top of the green. When we get down to the head in a moment, you'll be able to see. You can see there on the bowls, on the maroon bowls there. You can see the marking definitely picking up. Some loose
just
clip.
An indication that it's been pretty steady rain, hasn't it, for the day?
Well, with that alone, straight away, if you're picking that grass up, it's going to
slow your bowl down,
isn't it? Yeah, so
I tend to agree. See the South African lead now on his forehand side. Has barely missed.
he's going to miss this time. Or as you know, he's, by goodness, holes for bowls.
He's barely missed, Kevin. Look at that. Look at that. Amazing. What a lead performance.
Been outstanding has Dion van der Viva, who then just came down, caressed, sat onto the jack, and that's outstanding play from the South African lead. And Darren Woolen is going to be under the head.
Just brilliant stuff.
So just going 14 all, 14 all New Zealand v South Africa in the men's pairs match. 15 of 18 ends gone. And don't forget, of course, to go to the Bold New Zealand website and you will see all of the results, the tables, where things sit. Or, of course, go to the Bold New Zealand Facebook page.
Yeah, Facebook's good for in-game results, and the website's the place to go sort of at the end of the day when you're having dinner and you want to see where everyone's sitting on the ladder. It's got the ladders there, but Facebook's a good place for sort of in-game results. As you said, Julie Blake doing a great job updating there.
Well, Julie, I think she's moved up to Helensvale now, I think, isn't she?
Yes.
She told me she'd filled the van up with petrol, so I presume she's transited her way up to Club Helensvale.
Good start.
And we'll be putting some updates on Facebook.
Yes, they're there.
Good attempt here though from Mark Noble, trying to get down to the jack, and will
what a
do
ball!
so.
He's done it. What
well
a shot there
Mark
from Mark Noble.
Toucher just draws it, shot off. So you heard there the call from Dion van der Viva to his skip Gareth Rees-Gibbs. Play down to my bowl and get all the way down. And just, I think, going to just drift on the outside. Certainly he had the weight to get that result. And there, that's another bowl within 15 inches of the jack. 16 ends gone now in the men's pairs, New Zealand v South Africa, and it's New Zealand that now leads 17-14. 17-14. That's Sheldon Bagley Howley and Tony Grantham. They are leading the South African pair by 17 shots to 14. at the end of 16 of 18.
And if I look at the Facebook post that Julie is updating, I can tell you that Taylor Bruce is up 18-10 in her singles game, and the men's triples are 9-all after 13 ends at Helensvale.
So this is moving day, isn't it, really?
It really is.
This is this round and the next round, of course, we see things change around significantly. Here's Noble again. How's the weight? Played a superb bowl with his first. Not going to quite run it out, but will certainly hold the one. As we come now, it's the end, the 14th end completed, and it is 21 shots to 5 now. 21-5, South Africa lead New Zealand. And I think you were saying before, Alex, that the women's pairs, the para-women's pairs, they just picked up a number when we crossed over.
Yeah, they picked up a 4, didn't they?
To go to a lead of 17. Our girls will see if we can update you on that. Be a couple of ends would have gone.
What did we pick up on that end, Kev? Was it 1 or 2?
Just the one.
So 21-5 now on this, the final end of this game.
So we draw to the conclusion of this, the second round of today, and our coverage for today is the team here will be moving their equipment.
Yep, that's the one, and we'll be back tomorrow. And as I said, just check Facebook tomorrow to see what we're covering. Definitely we'll be covering one of the semi-finals played in the afternoon, the afternoon session, round 3 tomorrow at Broadbeach, and then we just need to figure out if and what we cover in the morning. Regardless, I think there's an Australian broadcaster. Just keep your eye on social media, and there'll be something to watch tomorrow and even more to watch on Friday where the finals day is happening. Of course, we already have 3 New Zealand teams in the finals on Friday with hopefully more to join them. So plenty of bowls to come yet, Kev.
Well, hopefully, Alex, we have 2 busy days.
That's the hope.
That's what we want. It's 2 busy days, and yeah, it's fair. Well, I to be fair, I love the delight, the honour of being able to be part of the coverage, the Bowls New Zealand team of bringing this coverage and a lot of other events as well. But it's fantastic to be able to be here on the Gold Coast, watching our New Zealand players in action. And I think what's made it very good with this particular event, Alex, is overall we take the whole New Zealand squad. We've got 9 debutants who lined up a few days ago at the start of this event. And I think that brings some added excitement to an international event like this. Touch on the jack again from the South Africans. So, from my point of view, being able to do the commentary and following and watching, etc., it's been really enjoyable watching so many of these players their first time in the international arena.
Yeah, absolutely.
And have worn the silver fern with pride, and are wearing the silver fern with pride. This is Darren Willen now, and this is the last end. Going to draw. What a way to finish.
Great
for
bowl.
Darren Willen.
A good finish there.
Draws a toucher, had 2 before that, and the South African lead just got a touch on the jack, moved it, but straight away the Waikiri player drew a back toucher. So to me, Alex, that's been one of the delights of being here, is watching these debutantes. It sounds all, doesn't it? But it is. It's been fantastic to watch these debutants in their first international outing, and the enjoyment they've got out of it, and the camaraderie which has been built up within the side, which we've been able to see firsthand, just makes it. It's great to be here, and I'm honoured to be part of the commentary team to be able to bring this coverage to the Māori nations. Thoroughly enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Mark Noble still smiling as they change over on this last end. And 17-14, New Zealand now lead in that pairs match. 16 ends gone, playing the 17th now. We might be able to bring the update of the 17th before this. We'll wait and see. Here's Noble playing down to the head, holding the shot.
On his forehand side. And the rain really coming down now.
Finishes jack level. You heard the applause there. Great bowl.
Yeah, it's about finishing strong here for Mark and Darren. They know that they can be better. They know that they have a chance of winning the bronze medal on Friday, and they'll be up for it, let me tell you that.
Oh, the whole from here, Alex, the thing is you start the next game of how you finish the last game. That's
Precisely.
That's sort of the omen for the New Zealand combination, really, isn't it? You know, start how you finished on the couple of days before. And just here we're locked up, 17 apiece.
Good shot.
I've done it again. I can tell you in the men's pairs now, 17 ends gone. New Zealand 17, South Africa 17. Last end underway.
Oh, exciting times. We see the South African there, just pop the jack. But unlucky, really, and the rain tumbling down now.
Certainly is.
Darren indicating that New Zealand is holding 2 there. Mark just looking to make it 3.
And it's on a good line as it comes back towards, just gets inside this chalk line or marking on the green, and will do so.
Good finish.
And
that's a good way to finish.
Good. New Zealand side finishing strongly and acknowledged by the South African combination as well, who have been outstanding.
I couldn't speak more highly of how well they've played. And we see the last ball here from the South African team.
It's going to come short, so New Zealand will score 3 shots, I think. Yes, 3 shots. New Zealand on the last end, making it 21 shots to 8 in favour of South Africa. But really, Alex, it was a polished display by the South African combination of Dion van der Wever and Gareth Rees-Gibbs up against our combination of Mark Noble and Darren Woolen. Just before we sign out, we can tell you that in the men's pairs game, Tony Grantham and Sheldon Bagley up against South Africa. It is 17 all as we play that of the 18th end, and I'll just leave it now with Alex to wind things up for today.
Yes, thanks, Kevin. Just a reminder that if you want up-to-date results, so as the games happen, Facebook's the best place to go. Julie Blake's updating that. There's a post there with the teams, and we've got another round to go. So go to Facebook to see up-to-date results as we go end by end. And if you want to have a look at the ladders to see how the teams are sitting, Bowls Link's the place to go for that, and you can find that on the Bowls New Zealand website. There's our featured article there. But Facebook, the place to go for up-to-date results. So we look forward to coming back to you tomorrow, which is Thursday, for at the very least a semi-final to be played in round 3. Keep your eyes peeled on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page for updates about whether we do anything else tomorrow. There's just some stuff to be worked out around who is where, what and when. But regardless, thank you for joining us today. Sit back, relax and enjoy now some highlights from that very polished South African performance, 21 points to 8.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can